Okay, folks, here we are, moment of truth. So welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, December 19th at 2 minutes after 4. And we have 100% participation on the board tonight, which is great. Several of our members are on Zoom, so I think what I'd like to do is do a roll call vote, just so that for the record we know who's here. So when I say your names, if you could just please respond to the affirmative. And then we know on the Zoom people will know that you're able to hear us and that we can hear you. So Stephen Welch.
Here.
There he is.
Yes.
Abby Camp.
Here.
I know that wasn't Stephen on Zoom, but we'll get to you. Abby Camp is here. Diane Coombs.
I'm here.
There we are. Thank you, Diane. Val Oliver, present.
Here.
Okay. Carrie Thornwell, present in the room.
Yes, here.
Very good. Connie Patton on Zoom.
Here.
Thank you, Connie. Joe Paul on Zoom.
Here.
Fantastic. Thank you all for coming. For those of you in the room, just a couple of basic things. If number one, please mute your phones for obvious reasons. And number two, for less obvious reasons, if you need to record any portion of tonight's event on your own phone, let us know in advance. Thank you. And for those of you on Zoom, just keep in mind at all times that you are screen sharing and mute when you're not speaking. Direct all of your inquiries and comments, questions through the chair, and we should be in good shape. Now, with that, I think we can have a motion to approve tonight's agenda unless there are any modifications that.
So move.
Okay, no modifications?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to take Diane's motion to approve tonight's agenda. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Okay, we have an approved agenda. So let us now move along to, looks to me like we have no consents, right? Did I get that right?
I didn't see any.
I don't see any. Now, this is, so item number one is simply to vote through the HDC schedule for January, February, and March of 2024. Is there anyone who would like to comment on that? Anybody have an issue with the schedule that was posted? If not, we could probably move to approve that schedule.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Of course you can.
We discussed this at the last meeting briefly, and the idea is that as of just after the deadline for the January 2nd meeting, we'll know whether we're going to have a January 2nd meeting or not, and we can cancel it, just to broadcast that to folks.
Okay, good point. Other than that, any questions? Why don't we move this through then?
Motion to approve the schedule is submitted.
Very good. Thank you very much, Stephen. That was Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, that now brings us to the old business of December 5th portion of our meeting. First item of which is 19 North Water Street. Stephen is chairing this. Stephen, to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, America. Good evening.
Good evening.
We'll start with the site plan, and you can walk us through it when you see it.
Absolutely.
The heat's working tonight. The heat's on, not the AC.
Somebody fixed it.
Here. There's a single line there. Should I wait for the sharing screen?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, just want to make sure I don't hold.
Esme wants to make sure we have a January 2nd meeting.
I have a
Oh, this
general
is the
question
lot
about this
7.
project.
Okay, hold one second.
Where is this?
So. The 7. So this. Good evening. So the lot 7 was not heard yet. It was struck with the architecture, which was approved, I believe, so last Tuesday. My apologies, I was away traveling, so I couldn't join you. If we will have a chance to see the site plan, the major concern was the brick walkway to keep the consistency of the streetscapes. It's been added. We are allowing for 3 feet of the brick walkway along the side. I changed the graphic not to show the roof line, but first floor plan, so you can better see how it relates to the landscape itself. I believe the architecture got adjusted, the front stoop, the staircase got changed, so we just kind of modify the connection from the White Elephant Way and then ultimately the landscape, hardscape within the lot. We have a gravel parking with bluestone pavers and brick entryway connections. So it's kind of pretty simple, pretty quiet. I think that's all what I have.
Okay, thank you. Abby, you had a question?
Right, so Mirka, I don't know if you're on all these landscapes, but I was noticing that the driveways are all in the back, so there must be some sort of other access road. And then on the other site plan, it shows on the other side of that access road, which I don't know if it has a name, that there are more,
Zooming into the
there are
subdivision.
like 3 more,
Yeah,
yeah, so I'm interested, my general question is, what
That's
is
correct.
this going to look like?
And-
It seems like it's going to be kind of a street with lots of driveways going off it, and I wanted to know if we could kind of mitigate something that might look too commercial.
so that's correct. That's an access road for all these lots. So they have a rear parking. The idea behind it is to keep it very quiet. It would be just pistone driveway with a little bit of the Belgian black aprons at each entryway, just to define each lot's parking. As you can see, this lot particular has a parallel parking, so we just have a short little aprons, like a 3 feet, to just differentiate from the access road to the parking. But the idea behind this access road is to have a private lawn, gravel drive, and just really make it very intimate. So it's, the idea behind it is it's not inviting to public, it's really just to access the lot for the owners themselves.
Okay, so my concern is one, how wide is that access road, and how many driveways are going to be coming off it, and is there
So Abby, we're gonna have to pick that up
It's
as
a
a
planning
separate
board.
matter.
on each particular
Well, no, I
one?
think what we'll just ask for is that be brought in for the hardscape review as
access
the
road.
roadway.
Okay,
And I think it'll be a simple, comprehensive one-time review versus
Oh, well,
addressing it each
Yeah.
of these
each of the
lots.
ones, yeah. So we can add that to the submission. I don't have it with me.
Yeah, I think you can, just for the sake of process, just add it to one of the hardscapes, append it to,
Mhm.
as a site, as a plan with the materials noted, and we'll keep it simple. It's not a separate application, it's not its own lot,
Understand.
doesn't go to a separate structure. I think what you're getting here is, should be a sconset shell path, but maybe it's not shells.
We wanna do it gravel, so it's a little bit quieter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would that make sense to even look at this, or do you wanna just hold it for the next meeting so I can include these scapes too?
I think you could just append it to one of the upcoming hardscapes,
Okay, so can
because
we?
you're doing just one
We are
here.
just doing 7 and 11.
Yeah, so one of the next ones.
So I am here in front of you for both of them.
Oh, you're here later tonight?
I am here, there are 2 of them in a row right now.
But aren't there a total of, how many lots are there?
Oh, we are just approving this 7 and 11 as of now. The other are not
Right,
yet.
so you've got time,
Yeah,
put it in with one of the others.
okay, perfect.
You know what I mean?
But we can still review this landscape. and
Yeah,
mark
yeah,
it.
yeah, we're gonna
Okay, perfect.
proceed. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the point, is we can move that.
All
Okay,
right.
can, Esme, can we focus on the front yard area of the site plan?
Oh, that would be the rear, I guess,
Uh,
the streets.
towards the top.
White elephant, yeah.
There, and then maybe click up once and center it. Maybe one less click.
Yeah,
There
so,
you go.
so it's illustrated 3 feet brick walkway. I just want to point that out. on the
Perfect.
connectors.
Any other questions? Holly, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this site obviously would still want to comply with our resilient Nantucket design guidelines as infill within the OHD. And on the point of the subdivision, these lots all have a shared access that was approved by the planning board, I think back in 2015 when I was planner for that board. Appreciate the inclusion of a brick sidewalk along the front. Again, multiple materials, Belgian block, bluestone, and brick. The bluestone pavers are too formal, in my opinion, and should be more irregular. I think overall, less is more. The more it's going to compete against the architecture. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Is Mickey here?
I am here.
Hi, Mickey. Can you state your group and go ahead, please?
Sure. It's Mickey Rowland representing Historic Structures Advisory Group, which includes Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall is now joining us too. So regarding this application, I agree with what Holly is saying about the bluestone pavers. You look at the other one that's coming up tonight, there's more Goshen stone pavers, which would probably be more appropriate all throughout the whole area. And also on this particular one, there's a 6-foot fence on the rear of the building facing to the, probably to the west, I guess.
Esme, can you scroll down?
Not sure, it's a pretty tall fence, or it doesn't indicate what its use is. And kind of along with that question, because it's right next to it, are the AC condensers, and they don't have any fencing or enclosure around them. So I guess it's kind of a question for Mirka, what is the 6-foot fence for?
So because we are in a flat zone, so the house itself sits higher, and so air conditioning unit has to be attached higher. So I'm hopeful that with the 6 feet fence, the gate, it's practically just the gate, the portion between the property line and the corner of the house will allow screening of the AC units, condensers on the building.
But the AC units aren't inside the fence.
That's Val.
They're inside of the fence. There is a gate between the patio. I think that's what Mickey is referring to, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And there's a gate between the corner of the house and between the patio and air conditioning units, and then our air conditioning units. Only if I'm missing something, but that's where the fence is.
Yeah, can we zoom in on that area, please? Because it looks like there's a little, rightfully a little confusion.
Yeah.
Mirka, it appears that the AC is being blocked from view, but
Yeah.
there's an enclosure.
Yeah?
Is that the case?
Yes.
Is that an outdoor shower?
Oh, yeah, that would be kind of the other shower, yeah, enclosure, that's
Okay,
correct.
so it's,
On the street side?
Yeah.
I don't.
no, it's not on the street
It
side.
is. You look at the
It's-
site plan, the street comes right
Can
by.
we,
it.
There's a
can
parking.
we please
It's on a corner.
come out?
Well, to add to my comments, I would suggest that because the
Little
parking
local.
lot for the Harbor House appears to be just on the other side of the fence, that maybe you want to completely enclose the AC condensers.
Yeah, and we are in, if I just might just add, we are going to reduce the parking to actually enlarge the green space between the parking and the lot 7 too. So you can see I have suggested few trees there. So we are going to carve a little triangle to kind of separate the parking a little bit more from the lot 7 as well.
Okay, one more comment regarding that. So if you are in a flood zone, are the AC condensers going to be on the ground, or are they going to be elevated off the?
They will be raised above the ground, yes. They will be attached to the building.
So-
Okay, guys, we're gonna, Mickey, hold on a second. There's a little bit too much crosstalk and a sense of like losing control of the meeting. So Mirka has the floor. when she responds to Mickey. Mickey, are you done with your question?
Well, I will be, I just want my comment being that they should be, the condensers need to be screened with fencing at whatever height is
Okay,
required.
thank you. We get that. Okay, Erica, do you have a response that you would like to propose to
Yes,
us
I have
so we
just-
can move on with this?
Just, I have a quick, I know we have a Bluestone, we have a Goshen in other project, other properties. The idea is, so we don't want this to look as a subdivision, so
Okay,
it's every
that-
house the same. So
thank you.
just bring the variation of the
Thank you.
materials.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move ahead. Who would like to begin? Concerns? If you agree with what's been said, please state it. I want to get into a lot of detail repeating ourselves.
I still don't understand how raised AC units will be screened.
Okay, can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
State your concern, you'd like these screened and how you'd like them screened.
Okay.
Well, if you want them screened, state how you want them screened.
I don't know how I want them screened, but they need to be screened, and I thought the fence was around those. The fence is a shower inside a window, with next to a window. I don't know.
If I may just, we will have a tall green screening along the property line, which will be a hedge. So that will ultimately separate everything between the parking and the side of property. So there is intended a green screening along the property line.
Okay.
Just wanna,
That's gonna, obviously a concern, it's been stated twice now, I'm sure it's gonna be part of the rest of this discussion. For the record, to clarify, your board is myself, Val, Carrie, Connie, and Joe. Let's see, who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I agree with Holly that the Bluestone is extensive and not necessarily appropriate, seems very formal. I think the AC should not be on the street side. That's the street side. If this is a corner lot, and in fact, it's a three-sided.
No, it's, Carrie, it's,
The way,
Can
this
we
is where
please-
we need a subdivision plan.
okay,
because-
please don't be argumentative.
No,
Can
I
we
just
please go
am
to,
saying
please,
this
a
is what we
moment,
need.
please? Can we go to the locust plan, please?
The locus doesn't show it. The locus is lines. That photograph
Okay.
is closest to.
That is a parking lot
Correct.
that
but
it
it's
is
going to be a
adjacent to.
road now. It's a new subdivision. There's an alley coming between all the new lots, and it comes from South Beach, right, to access all the houses. How does it connect to the back
it doesn't
of
connect.
lot number 7?
It
It's a
does-
dead end
It doesn't
at
connect,
number 7,
and it stops at 7. Yeah,
and it's a
it's,
straight edge dead end.
there is actually electric transformer at the end. You can see at that access road. So the access road stops at the lot 7 parking pool over. That's it.
Okay, so
Doesn't go
that's
past.
what thank you, that explains the bottom of your drawing. So I still have a concern of the AC units not screened and on that side of the property. I think it should be on the other side. And I think when Matt came with the house last week, the friendship stair on that east elevation was reduced also to just a one-way.
Okay.
So maybe the AC can go on the back side of that, to the mudroom I'm talking about, not the front door.
I will update the
Over here.
plans.
So, thinking where the recyclables are, I think the AC could go over there and be completely hidden and noise would not be on the street side either. And then, question mark, what is the storage? You've got a little rectangle with storage. Are you coming out with a shed or?
No,
what is that?
it's more for a beach box. It's just
Oh.
intended for a just small little wooden
Okay,
box.
And all that is 60. Okay, thank you, that's it.
Joe?
Yeah, I think that clearly we need the subdivision plan, and this particular one needs a revised site plan to reflect what was approved by HDC around the front entryway and the side entryway that Carrie just referred to, where the friendship stair was removed or made a non-friendship stair. I think that stair actually heads towards the parking area in the back. And I think we also need an elevation of the condenser area, if that is in fact 6 feet tall. I think the fence should extend all the way to the corner that we're seeing on the plan where the shower is, so that the length of that back L has actual screening. So I would motion that we need to hold for revisions, which would be a revision to the site plan and also a revision to the rear elevation that shows the condensers with their elevation stipulated above sea level. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. And then I'll hold your motion just for a moment. Connie, do you want to add anything to this?
No, I have nothing else to add, but if we do have a revision, I would hope that maybe we could, see something besides those bluestone pavers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I?
Abby, hold on. You're not on this, actually.
I'm not?
I don't believe so.
No,
No, you're not.
Oh,
you're chairing the next one.
Yeah, so you can take a bite of the apple there. Can we go back to the locust plan? Mirka, where relative to the number 7 is the AC unit?
Where relative to number 7 would
To
be,
the left?
it's literally in the middle of the property line. If you think about the property line itself, so it would be like in the middle, 10 feet or 5 feet in.
So it's to the left of the 7?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that is going to remain a parking lot?
That is remain parking lot, but as I suggested, you can and I can show it in your subdivision plans, but if you can see it even on my plan, we are moving the curb of the parking, creating little veg green space along these
Right,
lots.
there's like a little pocket park going in there.
Exactly, so
Okay.
we can create more screening.
So you're clear that you need to get a site plan of the subdivision, please,
No problem.
what the revisions are, and we'll take the visibility of that air conditioner into account once you address maybe some notations. Okay, thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Joe, could you make your motion again, please?
He's muted, Joe.
My motion would be to hold for revisions. I could stipulate each of the areas, but if we just make it a simple hold for revisions and additional information, do you feel armed with what you need, Mirka, to
Yes,
provide that?
She's
I do.
good. On your motion, Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Okay, that was 19, lot 7. Now Abby is going to be chairing 19 North Water, lot 11, hardscape. Abby,
Okay.
there you go.
Thank you. Mirka.
So you had a chance to review this project. The changes, again, reflect the architectural approved plan. We extended the walkway, the pathway, meeting the South Beach Street around the, curve with the entry to the White Elephant Way, carrying 3 feet brick walkway access for consistency of the streetscape. I illustrated first floor plan because there was some kind of question about the patio. There is no any outdoor space beside that little nook, and I thought that will be very nice way to activate the street and allow people to actually, because the porch itself, it's very narrow, there's no seating for it. So the patio, I would like to remain the patio in a place where it is suggested, really just activate and allow for some outdoor space. To the material selection, this is all Goshen stone. So it's, again, I just try to bring something specific to each property so they are not the same. However, this is the Goshen patio, irregular pavers. It has a little bit less formal of the look. Again, we have a gravel parking with little gravel, Belgian block apron. This is just really define the parking itself, so, and just entry to each property.
Thank you, Mirka.
Thank you.
Mickey? Or
Yeah.
Holly, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Madam
Holly.
Chair. So again, this lot is within this newer subdivision in the OHD. All these lots have to comply with Resilient Nantucket. Thank you, America, for including the brick sidewalk. That's fantastic. Still seems to be a lot of impervious in a flood zone, but I will note that the Goshen stone is more appropriate. It's less formal. I think the formality is with the blue stone is taking away from the architecture and what Nantucket architecture really is, especially in the OHD. So again, less is more. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, our only real concern was the patio right on South B Street. I can see the desire or need to have an outdoor space, but it's right up to the fence. If it could just be contoured a little differently, and just enough to provide a little bit of a planting buffer between the edge of the patio and the fence along South Beach Street, that would be appreciated. My other comment is about the entrance road, and I guess we could take that up later when we're talking more about the entrance road. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Board members? Val, are you ready?
Sure.
Thank you.
The posts that are proposed for this new roadway, access road, I think are inappropriate. And I'm just wondering, because I can't remember, was this the house that we eliminated the friendship stair?
It was
Thought
seven.
we did
was
it on
seven.
both, no?
This is the approved floor plan. This was
Okay.
approved, yeah.
And then, yeah, that's it.
Just the stone posts? And the AC units, yeah.
The screening, I'm assuming.
Who would like to go next? Go ahead.
I agree with Val on those 2 points. The stone posts on the roadway seem out of everything. Hide the AC better. And I agree with Mickey about the Goshen stone patio. I think I said it last time. It just seems so public right on that street, just behind a low fence. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. That's it.
Thank you, Carrie. Connie? Or
I have
Jeff?
nothing else to add.
Okay, thanks, Connie.
Thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, I think, let's see, regarding the patio, with respect to what Mickey said, I think softening the corners of that patio would mitigate its formality a little bit and give you a little bit of buffer to the fence. Otherwise, I think the AC could use some screening on the street side. So the shower or that enclosure seems to be an effective block from the access road on the bottom of the page, but those ACs could pop off the building. I think they're going to be visible down the side of that building. So I think you need another length of fence off that corner of the building. Otherwise, I have no concerns.
Thanks, Joe. So my concerns are, I think the patio is probably not going to be used, and then we're just going to end up with a hard, a sort of a hard materials that could be vegetation. So I would be not in favor of the patio. The stone posts, I guess those could be wood. I don't know. So a few revisions. Does anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Carrie. On Carrie's motion for revisions, Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And Carrie on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Now we're along to 12 Angola. Joe Topham. First is main house revisions, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Carrie. Okay. There's Joe. Hi, Joe.
Joseph Toppen for the applicant. The 3D images I just gave you, they've already been shared, so I just, for tonight, I printed them out for you in your hand. So basically, we've made a ton of changes. But I want to say for the first part of this, Kerry Thornwell, I really want to appreciate the 5A recommendation. I went back and looked at 60 Cliff, which is a reverse salt box, 5A, and I went in the 1800 house, and I narrowed the structure so they all match. The other house was Major Coleman's house, another 5A. I matched that. So the pattern of the window is not identical to any of these. The one thing I did discover is all of the 5As, the center massing and the doors are not centered on the mass. But I think today, if you built that, you would really kind of jump out. So I didn't do that. But anyways, to Ms. Thornwell's recommendation, I altered those windows. The center window, I changed that to a 9-light. I thought that was more appropriate. So I just read down through the changes. So Stephen asked for the ridge to be brought down, but not bring down the cap. So I did do that. I lowered the second floor plate height. I've done that. The additive massing, I've lowered that ridge by 2.5 feet. There is a new shed dormer to the westerly side of the house. So I brought that down to 1.5 stories instead of 2 stories. I changed window patterns from A's to B. I made them slightly smaller. They're all plank frame windows now. The one thing I have a problem with is the setback, the John McLaughlin rule, the 1 foot. I couldn't do that. I was trying to do that on a dormer on the setback of the 3 foot, and that didn't really quite work. So I'm a little bit smaller than I would be to meet the ACC guidelines, but I think it still works. I don't think it's really that noticeable. I added a transom over the front door, tried to simplify the frontispiece. I made the A windows narrower and 5 inches shorter. Now they're more in keeping with the rest of the 5 bays that Habs is measured, the 4 that I coordinated with. Again, that goes back to the 1800 house. The one thing I did do also was the grade. There was a slight change in the grade coming up another 6 inches. And that really worked within Ms. Mitchell's landscape plan. So I think you'll see that later on, hopefully tonight. And then I removed that bathroom wart off the rear L, which took out about 5.5 feet of overall length. And then I did a hip on that backside. And by doing that, I'm actually shorter than most of the Mill Hill Association owners, that own 4 bays. So by the length and width and height, I'm lower by them and not as long as most of them. And in the back, I removed that second floor deck. That was Miss Coombs' request. And so that has been removed. I simplified that. I did play around with the fenestration on the back. It works better in the bathroom, but no one would see it on the back of the elevation. And then there were 2 French doors in the second floor rear elevation, and I removed those. And then, of course, as you will get on later on, I moved the garage back another 5.5 feet. So that is all, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Joe. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the record, this is an infill within the old historic district, a Quaker, historic Quaker neighborhood. Appreciate the changes to the overall width and lowering the ridge of the main block. Also appreciate the lowering of the second mass. However, I do feel the introduction of a shed dormer in the additive mass is not appropriate. The meeting rail doesn't line up and the windows in the second mass are too tall. But appreciate the simplified door and frontispiece. The proposed door surround, pilasters, and mantel shelf do seem a little bit out of proportion. Historically, the transom height matched the headers of the windows. Having the transom above the window headers height it makes it for a very vertical door surround and seems to be out of scale. Appreciate the lowering of the second floor plate, but including a flush dormer on the facade is inappropriate. I would refer to right across the street at 11 Mill Street for a simple door with a transom. It's just slightly above the window headers, just a smidge. Appreciate the reduction in the length of the side additive mass. Historically, additive massing would come off the main block to the rear not the side. However, I notate that there are historic structures in the OHD that are very similar to this, to the side. Pushing it inward off the wall plane of the main block would be helpful, and give it a proper rebate off the block. It should be reduced in length more. I do appreciate what's been reduced. This would also help eliminate cutting into the hill at the rear, which is contrary to building with Nantucket in mind. The inspiration of this design, the Ethel Coleman House lean-to on page 69 of Building with Nantucket in Mind, with a short and simple rear L, is something to look at. I don't believe, I understand it was a recommendation, but I don't believe the hip works. On the south, greatly appreciate the kick panels on the French doors. Although just 2 doors is more appropriate. Appreciate the removal of a second floor deck and French doors, that's great. The shed dormer, though, leaves the rear and second floor elevation simpler. Thank you. Just make sure that the dormer is obviously not on the ridge and the rebate is 3 feet as seen on the east per Building with Nantucket in mind. Overall, appreciate the relocation of the dwelling off the property line and having plank frame windows for this infill. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, it's your turn.
Thank you. So the second floor rear dormer could probably be brought down. There's still a course of shingles above the window casings below the soffit and frieze there. So that could drop down several inches. That would bring the top of the dormer off the ridge a little bit further. Holly mentioned the eaves on the meeting rail doesn't work on the front dormer. That needs to be corrected. Window wells on the front of any house in the old historic district are not appropriate. That's definitely something that's clearly not very historic. The front door is a little oddly tall and narrow. Maybe just eliminating the transom entirely would bring that into better proportion. And there still seems to be quite a tall amount of shingles between the first floor windows and the bottom of the second floor windows. If the ceiling height were dropped down to 8.5 feet instead of 9 feet, you'd lose 6 inches on the height of the building. That would improve that a lot. And lastly, the poured concrete step on the right of the front door, the front stoop, is really has stone caps. It's really unusual. That should be a traditional wood stoop with side railings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Now, do we have anyone in the audience or on Zoom that would like to speak on this application?
On Zoom, Mr. Chair.
On Zoom. Any names? Oh, Ann. Ann, can you unmute?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Can you
great.
hear me? So you can hear me, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I actually was not going to be our representative this evening. Pam Clark was, because she is actually in a butter and wanted to be here to represent the group, but she had she's on baby watch and the baby is getting active. So I'm doing it for her. We very much appreciate the significant changes that have been made. I won't spend a lot of time because I think both Holly and Mickey have very eloquently stated our basic concern, which continues to be the length, because it does drive this landscaping situation, which is simply not something that we can live with. So I think there have been some really good suggestions in that respect from both Mickey and Holly, and also their incredible attention to detail on other matters, I think is great. And so we will not weigh in any further on that. Thank you very much. Just one quick question. You'll be reviewing the garage and the landscaping separately, so we can come back in on those, correct?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they're the
Okay.
next items up on the
Right.
agenda.
Right, okay, I just wasn't sure if I should be addressing everything at once, I didn't really want to, but, and then the other thing I wanted to mention is that we found the minutes that were supplied by Mr. Topham's office, by Joe's office, to be quite confusing in several respects, and hope that the HDC is relying on the official minutes, which have been posted and which are excellent, for any ed memoirs that you might need. Thank you.
And thank you. Oh, was that it, or is there anyone else that wants to speak?
Ann Davis has her hands up.
Oh, Ann Davis, if you could unmute.
Mute. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you,
Oh,
Ann.
great. I had a chance to visit the Elihu Coleman house that was used. It's in that packet, and I just wanted to share. I have the measurements of that, and you know, the rear L for the Elihu Coleman house is only 15 feet long. And that's a 3-bay house, 1722. And that's the one off Cliff Road at the end of Hawthorne Lane. That's just a beautiful house, but the scale is so much smaller than what's here. It doesn't have that additive mass off to the side that this house is presenting with, or you know, things like the basement window wells and things like that. Also, the major Josiah Coffin house has also a small kitchen wart off the back, and that's a 1724 house. But these examples are not exactly, they're not at all, well, they're slightly similar in design, but these other structures are much bigger and the additions are larger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else? Does that look good? All right. Okay. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the board. Again, the board, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, and Carrie. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I can go if you want.
Great, Abby. Sure, of course.
So I really appreciate Holly and Mickey's comments, and maybe I'll bring those up again, but so what I had written down was that I've always been sort of opposed to the 5-bay, and I think it's just the scale of the lot that makes me think that. I just think it's overwhelming, and it's going to be very visible as you come into the pony field, and I just think it's going to overwhelm that lot. So, and also the 5-bay with the right-hand side combined with the garage, it just sort of it's overwhelming. But having said that, I think on the details, I think that the front door is appearing very tall and skinny. I think the shed dormer to the right on that additive massing is inappropriate. It should just be a smaller window and have the roof come down, and that's a sort of a common add-on historically. I think that the window wells, of course, are can't, you know, that doesn't work. On the back of the house, I appreciate that. I think that large dormer has to come down off the roof line for sure, so it doesn't read as so modern. And I think that little conical, the long additive mass is just too long, and I'm not sure about that shape of roof line. I think it doesn't read historic. So let me just make sure I haven't missed anything. Yeah, the back L, I think, is adding to the terracing problem. So I think if that could be shortened, I think you'd gain a lot. Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thanks. That was Carrie, for the record.
Let's see, I agree the front door, I think it's either a transom or the tall head casing, one or the other, just so it's not double tall. I appreciate the window pattern that you have gone with. It does still read as a massive house, and I'm trying to figure out why, and it might be when you see the garage next to it, it just extends. But also, if it were just a 5-bay, simple, and then the additive massing was behind it and not stretching like to the right of it, and then again more with that back L, it would read as a lot simpler and less massive. I still would love to see that rear L become the retaining wall, that back wall. If it's a bathroom, you could have high windows and that hill can die right into it, and then that can become the retaining wall. So you can leave the hill as natural, because all these walls they're a little mind-boggling on this property for some reason. That hill is it's sort of iconic, and it is the neighborhood. That hill is so characteristic of the neighborhood that to chop it up and break it up, I think you can incorporate the hill and have it be part of your property, but not chop it into pieces with retaining walls. I appreciate all the changes you made on the rear, and I do appreciate you lopping off some of that rear L. I do think the hip is more successful because it reduces the length of the roof, the ridge. And I guess that's it. I agree with them on the addition, the secondary mass with the dormer and the way it's working. With the window, those windows should be smaller in that piece somehow. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Let's see, that leaves Diane and Stephen. Diane, you ready? I hope so. Is she with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, great, thanks.
Just too many signs.
Okay.
I agree with what has been said by Mickey and Holly and Carrie. We're following along. I think it still stands out to me as being a very large, imposing building for Angola Street. I might say, instead of trying to cut that shed dormer down on the right-hand side of the proposed north elevation, to do away with it. It altogether. I don't know what that it has to be done. I obviously feel the same thing about the door and its extension over the windows and all that. I appreciate the moment of the garage being separate and moved back. I don't have a site plan up here, and I don't know how far back it's gone.
Well, Diane, 5 feet, but we're going to get to the garage and the landscaping after this.
Okay. I think that trying to keep this building as simple as possible. The front stairs should be wood with a little fence coming down as to hold on to. It's I think you'll see most houses around having that sort of thing. And I appreciate the roof on the south elevation, making it shorter than the square one would look like. I think I appreciate the work that Joe has put into it. I know that he has worked hard. I think trying to place this without disturbing the land around it would be good. But the building, I think, is coming along with still some simplicity that needed. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. That's Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we go to the front elevation, please, and zoom in on the primary? Couple clicks. So Joe, I think here, got to go with the top plate header on the main structure. Simplify the soffit detail on the dormer, and I think lower the top plate on the secondary mass at the front to pick up the meeting rail, and that'll read better overall. Front door's been addressed, proportions, that's a concern. Window wells are a concern on the front. Can we go to the next elevation, please? I think the hip is successful. I think this mass needs to be broken up, whether it's to change the roof pitch on the hip, or perhaps consider this differently, is to turn it into a gable with a hip addition on it. You had a gable with a bay window.
Yeah.
And it would be a hybridization. I think the concept of burying the ass end of this, the tail end of this rather, sorry, in the hill, it makes a lot of sense. More particularly sense with respect to the use of the backyard. You can put retainage in on the yard side of that mound and not really lose any useful space other than a little bit behind to the rear of the hip here. Next elevation, please. Oh, can we go back up, please? I'm sorry. So I think the net result would be with the comments on the top plate header for the main house and the dropping the top plate on the addition is going to be that there won't be a dramatic change, but it will be a material change in the view of the side of the structure. Okay, next elevation, please.
Are you talking about that little addition, or are you talking about the main mass?
Well,
because the main mass already did, because you asked.
yeah, you know, I looked at it. I don't see, can we go back up, please?
If you go back to that west elevation, sorry, everyone. See the dotted line to the left? That's where it was before. I brought everything down.
Right, but can we go up to the front elevation? I'm still seeing a frieze up there. Can you zoom in on the second floor?
Yeah, so it's 8 fascia, 1x6 soffit, and a 1x6 frieze. But if you want, I could
Yeah,
integrate the window, top of the window casing into that frieze.
Yeah, normally that would be, that roof plane would be, with the top plate being the header, that frieze space wouldn't exist because the roof mass would be lower by that.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what you meant.
3.5 inches or so. Can we go back down? Oh, by the way, I think that a simple sense of formality for the front door is important. I wouldn't throw that.
Yeah, I'll get rid of the transom. That's easy.
Yeah, but yeah, just don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there are a little bit of formality there is, you know, it's not an ostentatious presentation. It's just a little formality. It's kind of like a little sour with the sweet, or a little salt with the sweet. Good. I think here, same with the top plate header on the dormer that was mentioned. I agree with that. It'll bring the connection at the main roof down. This would be where a portion of the rear of that structure would be in the hill. And I think the presentation of the roof of the back, the L going towards the back, will be a little complicated if you make that a segmentation. So if you make it 2 parts with different roof heights. But I think that this elevation can absorb some complex roof lines. There'll be parallel lines. They're not going to be directly reviewed, and so on and so forth. In contrast to making the length of that L appear broken down. I think breaking down the length of the L is much more important. Next elevation, please. By the way, Joe, I think that chimney is marvelous. I've always thought that.
So that kind of goes back to what Ray said last time. Sorry to interrupt you, but
Next
Ray was
elevation,
talking about
please.
a story and a half, And when I looked at it, it was too big and too tall. But now saying that, having that front portion of it as a story and a half almost element, and then stepping it down will be more successful. Now I get that, because then you don't have that long ridge. Okay.
Got it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Nothing here. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. So a lot of this is going to, be reiterating what's already been said. Concrete stoop in the front of this, of course, is out. We'll need another more traditional solution to that. The dormer on the right seems to be a little bit of a lightning rod on this, because something, and the 5 bay is looking really good, by the way. And I'll talk about the frontage piece in a second, but the dormer, the flush dormer and the added on piece is kind of adding complexity to this that I think it would rather not have. So maybe it is a low window, and then you just have a dormer full height on the back. Now, I realize, of course, that the good view is over towards Garden of the Sea, but that's just one possible way of doing it. The length that has been spoken of, I want to make sure that, we're talking about the length in the way that I think we are, which is the length going back into the site. Everyone agrees that the length in conjunction with a dramatic grade change up the hill is creating all this retainage. And I love the idea of you having the back portion of this L become part of the retainage, so that we can be more naturalized, or at least less steep than what's showing on the site plan and the sections right now. So that was one thing. The hip or gable on the back, I don't have a strong opinion about, simply because I don't think it's going to be that visible once everything goes in around it. Now that frontage piece, Holly and I interestingly had a conversation about this on another project like 3 days ago, and it sort of, there are different opinions about the transom and whether it should go. I happen to like it, and it's a very traditional element on a 5 bay. Maybe the solution, or one possible solution, is kind of moving towards what Mickey noted, which is the amount of space between the first floor window heads and the second floor window sills. And so ordinarily, if you're looking at a 5 bay, those windows, the heads of the windows are higher than the head of the door, which means that they're more in line with the transom, which might actually serve multiple purposes here. One, reducing the space between the second floor and the first floor windows, and the second, kind of harmonizing and allowing that transom to exist. Having said that, I think that the lintel over top of all that almost has it looking a little bit like a layer cake or something. So maybe we could somehow simplify that. I think that's it for me. Should we move for some revisions?
Motion to hold for revisions. And Joe, please remove the lights on the front of the structure. I don't want to get into.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're too modern.
I just don't want to get into
Yeah, no, we
regulating
don't. Yeah,
light
okay.
fixtures.
Gaslight.
All right, so Stephen has
Thanks.
made a motion to hold for revisions and also eliminate those sconces on either side of the front door.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice, exactly. So on Stephen's motion, Carrie,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, one down, and now we can move to the garage piece.
Can we call it a secondary dwelling? It's not
We probably should, because that's to one of the comments that I have
yeah.
about it.
So part of the
Hey,
problem.
sorry, Joe, we kind of want to make sure we've been making great efforts to try and help out the minute taker on this. So this is essentially a new business application, but it's tracking the review of the house. So on both this application and on the hardscape application, we're going to just have the same board on all three, okay? All right, with that, go ahead, Joe.
Okay, so everyone keeps saying it's a garage, but it's a secondary dwelling. And so here's kind of the other conundrum that I'm faced with that you guys aren't quite aware of. I'm in the OHD, but I don't know if the Mill Hill Association had anything to do with this, along working with Mueller's, but I am working with RS5 zoning. So the setbacks are 5 foot on this property, 10 on Robert Sarkeesian's front and side. So what that is causing a lot of problems. So if I could have taken the main house and been in the OHD and been, say, 3 feet off the property line, then this garage studio secondary dwelling would have been back another 7 feet. So in that whole pushing back of what you want to do, but at the same time, I don't think we should be looking at this as a garage, because back in the day, there were barns, they had cattle in there, then they got converted into holding that carriage, and they were put in the back because of the smell, if you go through the history of the garages of Nantucket, but this is a secondary dwelling, so in that zoning, this is where I'm kind of being pushed. I know what you are all wanting, but I'm also fighting a zoning that's there. If you can look to the far right, you can see a dash line of 10 feet for Mr. Sarkeesian's property. So that is pushing everything back, which is causing problems with the retaining wall, which is causing, so as much as I would like to pull everything up to the street and have that 3 feet away from the property line off Angola, that would be outstanding. If I could do the same, even get 5 off North Mill, but there are deed restrictions that I'm fighting with that I would rather work with the OHD setbacks, zoning, all that. We're at 30% ground cover instead of the 40% for OHD. So this is kind of the fight I'm doing. But there are houses within the neighborhood that have just simple garages that are 1 car length off the street. We are a garage studio, secondary dwelling, if you will. So I'm having that fight. And one of the comments that Mr. Wells said is if I could match the ridge line with the front gable of the garage, which I can do it here, but, and we'll get to Roberts later on, Mr. Sarkeesian's, I'm gonna have a little bit of problem with that one. But anyways, this is where I'm at. So I'm kind of letting you know where I'm kind of fighting and why I don't want to go back any further because of more impact on the wall. The other part is the grade then rolls up, you know, I'm going up another 3-4 feet of grade. So I'm trying to work with what's there. But anyways, that's kind of the fight I'm at. So I'd like you to look this as a secondary dwelling, not as just a garage, simple garage. I understand when those comments were made, but I don't think that's really a fight, or this works with this, what I had designed. This garage, that in secondary dwelling, it wasn't until the other day when I was driving out of town and I came up to 42 York Street, and it's that lovely red trimmed house on the left as you're coming up to the windmill. And I've always, as a kid growing up, looked at that and I thought that was the person that took care of the mill lived in that house. Just because of, but anyways, if you look at the secondary dwelling at that property, I am almost identical in some way, shape, and form, similarities to that proportion. So that's, I didn't draw that intentionally, but that was something that echoed to me. And that was an example within the OHD that resonated. And I just want to say that's kind of the inspiration. I want you to look at that house as something that's very similar and traditional with this house. So that's it.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is an infill within the OHD Quaker neighborhood. Thank you for this proposed structure. And although it's away from the facade of the main house, the garage should be more utilitarian in nature and dropped in height at all possible. Other garages in the area are simple gables, not as steep pitched, and with simpler doors and no lights. Understanding that this is a garage studio, though. There's actually 3 on Candle House right around the corner. The lights in the doors versus the 12 lights seem to be at odds with each other and not compatible. And I had a question on whether or not this could be on a mud sill. Reduce height as much as possible and simplify as much as possible. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, your turn.
Okay, so there's a few concerns with the site, mostly with the siting of the garage. First, it's still too close to the street. It doesn't really matter what you call it. It still looks like a garage. And it should follow building with Nantucket in mind guidelines and push back toward the rear of the lot further. Secondly, if you go to the front view of the building, yeah, there you go. You can see that the parking spaces are cut down into the grade, necessitating really tall retaining walls on both sides, but mostly to the east side. That's definitely a concern right up close to the street, having that retaining wall there. And also it's a double wide parking space right up on the street that it's preferable to have a single wide drive for parking. So I would suggest that if you can push the building further to the back, you can have the driveway can go up the slope of the property toward the garage, be a single width car driveway wide, and that would eliminate all of the need to cut it into the grade, and it would push the garage to the back. The narrowness of the driveway would allow you to put some screening to the left side of the drive that would help screen and mitigate any retaining wall that's required, and it would be less retaining. It would also, in effect, raise the garage door up, because in the plan it looks like the garage level is it's cut into the ground and it's lower than the level of the main part of this building. So by raising the parking and the driveway, you can literally raise the garage door up higher, and that would reduce the height of this garage also. Reduce the amount of shingle space between the door and the window above. That's a little too much. And lastly, I would say that the garage doors aren't really in keeping with the style of the main house. The house is very sort of Quaker and old fashioned. This has kind of a, not really contemporary, but the carriage house doors don't seem to fit with the nature of the main house. Maybe a batten door would be better. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Ann Duas, you want to chime in? Or Ann Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't wish to chime in because I think Holly and Mickey have done a very nice job of summarizing some of the concerns that we had, which had to do with proportion and roof lines. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Ann Davis, anything? Is Ann Davis still? Oh, Ann, you may want to unmute Ann Davis, that is.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry, Ann Duas again. We're fine. Both Ann.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Can we bring this up? Esme, can you bring this up?
Bring it up as in show it on up there.
Joe said it's in the supplement.
It might have been a separate email, so I don't know if it tracked. Yeah, I don't know if it's with this.
Okay.
It is in the file, but I did not email
All right.
this week.
I don't, if you can't, I think it's
Yeah,
very illustrative.
November, it was all shared, or October, late October.
Did you want to start, Stephen?
I'll go. Yeah.
Okay.
I was hopeful that we'd have this picture because I think it helps to address concerns by providing some context, but.
You can look at it while you're talking.
It's the last sheet.
Let's,
Stephen, the Mill Hill Association does have those images.
They do. Okay, so it's the last sheet in the three-dimensional presentation. Before I jump into the garage, I'm just going to segue back using this image. The L, the rear L, if you look at the structure in the lower left.
10 candle. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, go to the last page. Will you?
Nice.
Nice job, Esme.
That's fantastic.
No, is that the last one?
No, what?
So this is a little different stage. Can you go
Perspective.
up one? It's sheet 10.
That's different. So might be a couple more images.
Can you go up? Are we frozen?
Maybe go down.
No, it's a different packet. Okay. Well, it is what it is. So the packet is titled Metries 12 Angola Street 3D Images is the one I'm looking at, and I'm looking at sheet 10. And Joe, so in comparison to the structure to the left, existing structure, I get the setbacks are different. I think, can we go to the front elevation? Yeah. I think you've kind of got two options here, given just the reality of what's been said so far. And one is, if this structure is going to remain as tall as it is, it needs to go back further, and that would involve utilizing the rear left portion facing from the front as part of the retainage. And I think you're in, same situation as you'd be on the other side. And then, which is to say that, a portion of the rear of the structure of the area at the rear of the structure would be sacrificed, but for the utility of having the structure you want. And the alternative, I think that what needs to be done is some of the second story mass needs to be shifted back. Mm-hmm. And that would allow you to perhaps incorporate some hip roof wrap on the front, a little more substantial than a pent roof, or a transition like a shed structure transitioning to the second floor, so shed roof over the garage doors. Mm-hmm. That would bring about a smaller second floor window. I agree the comments about more traditional doors. I don't agree with the comment about the retainage. I think that, frankly, I would like to see the house lowered in the same way. I'd rather see a small retaining wall to that point on the far right of the house between this and the next house, and the whole house lowered 2 feet closer to the level of the street in front of it. But we're not on that one now. We're at the garage, and the garage, I think having this cut into the grade is appropriate. It helps to limit the height. This isn't really an oversized structure so much, especially if you look at the neighboring lot to the left. What street address is that, Joe?
That's Angola, and I think it's 10 Angola.
10 Angola. Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-story with 4 windows left to right, the full width of the garage, double doors.
Set way back though.
Set way back though, but the point is that it's a big structure. It's bigger than this structure in terms of height, and it's a bigger structure than this in terms of height, not only with respect to its overall mass, but when you consider the fact that that's a shed forward and this is a gable forward, and a gable forward is typically a much stronger presentation. I'm not making an argument for this to be this tall or to be in this location. I'm just saying, in comparison to its neighbors, I think we need to be aware of that. So for me, Joe, my primary concerns are what I can see from the street. It's only going to be the front facade. It either needs to be pushed back further, or you need to slide that secondary mass back and incorporate a first floor roof. And in any event, the garage doors, as I said. Thank you.
Okay, can I just say one thing?
Yep.
Just when we first started, I had cut the grade 1.5 feet, and you all said, "Can you go back to the original grade?" So now I would gladly pull this up, like Mickey said,
Yeah.
and have that garage door match the existing grade that's currently there and eliminate most of the retaining walls on the left. And then I could do that pen roof, and I could probably come down up another foot or so in that overall.
Well, I think.
Right now I'm at 22 feet.
Can I please,
Sorry.
like, I would not be in support of that. I think the two elements, one being the grade height and two being how you address the height of the doors, are completely separate.
Okay. I just want to let you know that just,
Yeah, I mean,
it's been a long time. since
Yeah,
we've been
but-
talking about this.
but I mean, just to be clear, the height of those doors relative to the rest of the structure don't revolve around the grade.
No, I can
You know what I'm
make all those
saying?
changes, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying that like Nikki brought up, the bottom of the door and to the right, the retaining wall and that grade, that's what I'm saying. I can bring this garage up. I was trying to have that mass lower. Yes, thank you, Paul. I was trying to bring the mass down. It is still only 22 feet. And if I do that, then it kind of helps me on the backside of the retaining wall, but it
Right.
also gets rid of the retaining wall on the left, it gets the retaining wall
So,
on the right.
so now that we're talking about grade again, and I'm looking at this, I think the retainage on the left and the primarily visible facade, which is the garage doors with the second floor window, as presented, are not inappropriate. If you could make the retaining wall to the left shorter, great.
We can do that.
On the right, if that could just be sloped grade as opposed to retainage, I think simpler is better. On that point, I don't disagree. And then lastly, the mass that is to the right of the primary facade, that could be lowered, and you would have coplanar but different height roof on that addition, and that would change the presentation of the sense of the mass. So that I think you could do with a mud sill without getting any grade changes. So those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
Probably me, but I have nothing to add. Everything has been said and well
Okay.
said.
That was Carrie Thornwell for the record. Diane, Abby?
I can go.
Abby's gonna go.
Okay, so I think the garage that's proposed is competing with the main house. It's just, it's too close. I'd like to see a smaller structure, moved back. Maybe it doesn't have to be this size. This is actually a very large structure. If you pushed it back and cut it in half and just made it a simple garage, I think it would work. And following that idea, I think one single parking would give a little more room on the left, so it wouldn't be so shoehorned in. So basically, I think it's just too big for the lot, and it's competing with the main house. So I think smaller, simpler is better. Thank you.
Abby, thanks. Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Great.
I agree with a lot that's been said. The amount of having to dig it into the surrounding area, I would like to see as little as possible. The garage doors should probably be the old type with the black steel and no windows in it, or just one row, very small, but a batten door I think would be better here to go along with the house design. I too would like to see it come down. It's 22 feet. I don't know why it looks so tall, except perhaps the garage doors and that big window up above. I think the parking in front should only be one car, not a double wide car. And I think a mud sill is a good proposal. And I think the way it goes into the land, you could put it back a little bit. I don't know what's in your interior, what that right-hand little area is for the garage. And I don't know what it is. Why it can't be made smaller so that the garage could go back further without any problem, which I don't have any interior design, so I don't know. but it needs to come down and it needs
20,
to lose some of that stuff on the right-hand side. And it needs to only have one parking space in front. Thanks. And a
Diane,
much so.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
So, I think that the board members have hit on pretty much everything that's of concern, but I did want to bring one thing up. 22 feet ordinarily isn't particularly high for a garage. In fact, our limit for a garage is 24 feet. But I think the issue here is that this building is narrow in relation to its height, so it feels taller than it really is. And if I look at these first and second floor vertical dimensions, you essentially have 9 feet in the teeny tiny little bit of living space, that 9 feet of ceiling height in the teeny tiny little first floor living space. That could go to 8. That would drop this whole thing down a foot without any kind of.
Are you looking at the second floor?
What?
Are you looking at the second floor?
Looking at the first floor.
First floor, okay.
You know, assuming that most of it is actually a garage. And then so the 9 feet is in the low section, 9 feet of ceiling height, that could become 8. And your garage would still have like at least 10 feet of ceiling height. That's dropping it down. And I think that that's the important thing in this case, is just to drop the ridge down, because I think its narrowness in relation to its height is what's making this feel so large, honestly. I do like what you're doing on, what side is it where you have all the retainage? You're essentially building it into the side of the hill, which is what we have been encouraging you to do the back side of the main house. So, you know, that's sort of, what elevation is that? The east elevation. Beyond that, I'm pretty much with my fellow board members on this. So can I have a motion?
A motion to hold for revisions.
There it is. That's
Motion to hold for revision.
Stephen beat you, Diane, but on Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen.
I'm an aye.
All right, and I'm in favor too. Motion carries.
Can I make a suggestion on the hardscape?
Sure.
Can we do a high level kind of review versus detailed? Because there's going to be some changes
Yeah,
here, right?
I like that suggestion.
And that gives you guys something to bite into, but we're not getting bogged down.
Yeah.
3, an hour and a half in the meeting on number 3 or 4.
Okay, so same board. We're now reviewing the hardscape, broad brush strokes, hardscape. Katie, you go ahead.
All right, so you're saying you just want to go over like the major points, not necessarily planting plan?
I mean, and if I may, Mr. Chair, inevitably, we're going to get bogged down in more details, but if we could try and stick to that, I think it'd be helpful for tonight.
All right, so.
Katie, I'm just going to say that this is Katie Mitchell for the applicant. There you go.
Yes, apologize. All right, so I've been reading all the letters that have been going to the board from the neighbors. So I think I'll just sort of start by, I'll start in the front here. The driveway, so there was some concerns about, the material of the driveway. And I had a long conversation with the DPW about this as well. That I want all the, everybody to understand that a dry laid brick driveway is permeable. There is also a French drain at the beginning of the apron. So, and I know water runoff is not.
Katie, we don't, the HCC really isn't concerned about runoff, and maybe that's a concern of the neighbors. I'm sure it is, but that's really not our thing. So if you concentrate on the design, you know, the
Okay.
retainage,
Well, I
all that kind of
have,
thing.
you know, I went around the neighborhood and I took, there's a lot, this is the most common driveway layout in the neighborhood. I don't know if the pictures that they should have been included, but the brick and cobblestone combination is very common in that area. So that's why I went with that. Let's see. Moving to the back. So I know there's obviously, everyone understands what the, you know, the need for the retainage in the back. I don't really understand people's concerns, to be honest. You're not going to see these walls with all the natural plantings. There was some comments about adding some trees, which is very difficult on a slope like that without retainage, but I could add some pitch pines in there. But without these retaining walls, I just, it's going to be a disaster back there. I mean, it's just, I don't understand the concerns. I mean, there's retaining walls. I have pictures of retaining walls all over the neighborhood. I mean, yep.
One of the drawings I gave you is that with the landscape plan, if you're walking down Angola Street and looking over and using that red line and the vegetation that we would be putting on this property, you will not be able to see this retaining wall. So what we wanted to do is, like, once everything is done and everything's grown in, you will not see this wall. There is an image that we shared of a 3-tiered retaining wall in town. So whether you're on Union Street or Lily Street or some of the other streets, North Water Street, there are retaining walls that are some 10 feet tall, but they tear down. So in the end, you will, first off, you won't see it because of the vegetation from the street. And when you look at Robert Sarkeesian's house, if you're walking down North Mill, that's what we would say we would be doing. If you look in between Mr. Sarkeesian's garage and his main house, you will be looking at the rear end of the Metri's house. So you're not going to see it. So then as you swing along, coming around Angola Street, and you're walking in between Sarkeesian and Metri's home, you will see 6-foot-high plantings and a gate. And as that image shows that I provided, you will still not see the retaining wall in the back. And you're looking up because you're down a good 6 feet of grade change. And then if you're in the Garden of the Sea, you're down another 4 feet of grade. So again, you will not see these retaining walls. If you're at Candle House by Miss Clark's house, she might, from her grade, have a slight view of this, be in between the garage and the main house. The other part is there was an email shared with me personally that they were upset with the lack of planting at Birdsong, and I get that. But these are landscape plans to help hide some of the walls and work within the natural vegetation, hence the slope and hence the natural curvature of that. I do understand the recommendation to see if I can't get that rear L to work with a retaining wall. I think I can do that successfully. As much as a builder, in my mind, I would not want water to coming up to the house. I would like that separation. But if that's what I need to get an approval, I will work out that detail and have Mr. Von Camp and make it all black and pretty. But in the end, we're trying to work with a natural grade, but in the end, everyone is making an over exaggeration. There is not, you're not going to see this. The 3D aerials that I gave, yes, you can see them. If you're flying over, you're going to see them. You would have to be in the backyard of Mr. Sarkeesian's property or Mr. Metri's to see these walls. So that's what we were trying to do. We're trying to work with it. Listen, I would love to save them a couple $100,000 by not putting these in, but I think to get any part of a small yard in working within the constraints of these lots, along, going back to my comment about the zoning, how they changed it with the planning board, I don't know which tail of the dog is being wagged. I feel like there's two of them, and I'm kind of fighting with that. So I think in the end, the 3D images that I provided to you does not show Miss Mitchell's landscaping in between the structures, because I was trying to let you know this is the narrow shot you would have to see. You would have to be on either Angola right up to it. Well, now it's much higher, but if you're on Candle, that perspective may have it, but then again, the image and perspective, it gets extremely small. So, and we've tiered it up based on your recommendations, where the front of the lot is at 41, and then you go up, and we go up to about 42 and a half in the back, and that kind of works up from the grade. The other part of that is Mr. Wells pointed out that the new owners on Birdsong had added some fill, and that complicates some of that problem. I can't go on that property and knock it down. You know you got a violation with them, you know that they had done grading, they had done a deck infraction, and et cetera, and they hit it with privet. And we're just trying to work with what we have. And yes, we are taking some of it out, but at the same time, we're trying to add beauty. But I also think if you go back to Union Street, and as the town progresses, someone said, well, you can't have it there. Well, if it was on Union Street and all of a sudden someone says, oh, hey, why don't you go and look on Union Street? They was very successful, and they were building new houses out in Lily Street, and they did retaining walls. So I think there's a historic element where I am in the OHD, but I'm different zoning. I need to kind of work with what's there. And so that's where I'm trying to work with what's historic, and it is in town, it is part of the Nantucket, and no one's gonna see it unless you're Mrs. Clark, and I don't think she's gonna see it because it will all be green. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Joe.
I think that's a good overview. And you addressed the elephant in the room, thank you. Holly, it's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my comments are fairly overview as well. The site plan of the proposed main home and garage obviously should match with the hardscaping plan. I believe, and I know Katie will correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't believe Angola was paved all the way to this side. If it's not, under zoning, apron's not required. Is it paved? Okay, it's not paved. So therefore, an apron from zoning is not required. So I just want the commission to realize that.
Okay.
From obviously, brick and cobble would be appropriate. Obviously, the rear L of the proposed house should be reduced as much as possible to eliminate the need for the terracing of the stone walls. Per building with Nantucket in mind, where, quote, flat areas of bank cuts around houses are discouraged. Page 62, quote, historic forms of town did not include landscape plantings on house lots. Page 65, quote, walkways in the old town should be of select common brick, rectangular bluestone, granite flagstone, pea gravel, or crushed shell. So I just wanted to bring those overarching comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Mickey, you're.
Can I just one thing?
Yeah.
So the problem
quickly.
is, sorry, Holly, but we would get by without having an apron. Great. The problem is when I get to Marcus's office, he's gonna flag us, he's gonna kick us out. So I need an apron.
Okay.
Again,
All
the
right.
conundrum,
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know which dog it is.
Holly,
We don't technically.
do you have something to say?
I have a question about the width of the driveway.
Hang on, one sec. Did you want to respond to that, to Joe's comment?
So that would be new. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. That would be new is when there's a dirt road and asking for, okay. I will have a,
That's interesting.
I know.
that is interesting.
Still required.
So,
And we brought up the code and everything. He's like, no.
but as far as what Carrie had mentioned, chapter 139-20.1 are the dimensions, and I know Joe and Katie both know the dimensions. That's what they're looking for from not only DPW, but also zoning. But zoning does not require an apron if it's a dirt road. So that might be a conversation staff has to have with staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That would be good. Everybody good here on that?
Yeah.
Somebody should use their microphone.
Oh, Diane, Carrie, is your mic off?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Diane.
Okay,
c- So the answer to the question is 20 feet.
Yes, thank you. I
Good,
didn't know that.
good. Everybody good? Okay, now to Mickey.
Okay, so reference has been made to Union Street and Lily Street. And I would suggest that this is a very different neighborhood than those very sort of urban downtown, much denser areas. So as much as a tall retaining wall might work in those areas, this is a rural area and it just doesn't fit in as well. I would also suggest that the top two tiers of this retaining wall are probably really not even necessary. If you keep the grade sloped fairly steeply, you could have a 3 or 4 foot possibly retaining wall at the base of this bank, and you'd accomplish the same thing. I don't think that the landscaping proposed between the tiers of retaining is going to be successful because landscaping doesn't always live, the way you want it to. So it's going to be visible through between the buildings. And just as a small comment, on this plan, there's a trash closet mentioned and cut into to the left of the garage. That's probably not going to work in that configuration. But my main point being the retaining walls, I think you could literally get rid of the top 2 tiers and then the problem would disappear. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay, Ann or Ann? Anybody want to speak on?
Oh, I thought I had unmuted. I'm sorry. It's
There,
empty.
there we are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I had unmuted. I know it's difficult with 2 N's. I couldn't agree more with Mickey. And one of the precedents that's been cited is the wall across North Mill Street at number 3, which is a beautiful wall that has a nice slope going behind it. But the biggest elephant in this room is the fact that this retaining wall cumulatively goes up 12 feet, which requires a 4-foot steel, I guess it's a safety fence. And the only reason that there's a 12-foot situation here is because the people up above haven't yet done what they have agreed to do. So I think until that gets sorted out, discussing these retaining walls is kind of futile because they don't know what they're going to be working with up above. And it's very clear what the owners up above have agreed to. So it seems to me that until that gets sorted out, the discussion of the landscape is not really very useful. Thank you very much.
Ann, thank you. Good point. Okay, are we good to move on to the board on this now?
Ann Davis has her hand raised.
Who?
Ann Davis.
Oh, Ann Davis, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, hi, Chairman Pohl. I just wanted to just add that that Main Street example, I think that's a parameter wall in the back. That big, tall, 10-foot wall, I believe it's a brick wall that goes on to Liberty Street. And you can see it's a lovely brick wall that when you walk down Liberty Street, you can see the backside of. And that, if I am correct, is a parameter wall, not a retaining wall. Just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the board. Same board. Who wants to begin?
Can I just point out, I want to.
Quickly.
I'll go if you want.
Yeah, hang on a second, Diane.
On Ann's comments, I just wanted to clarify that the total height of those walls altogether is 10 feet. I also think that,
Okay.
I think the bottom wall is about 3 to 3.5. I think we could bring down the top 2 tiers a bit, make them, increase the slope a little bit, but, maintain those 2 tiers. I think is necessary Street. The other common owner makers did say that we do not need that fence at the top, so I'll eliminate that. Just have the hedge that
Okay.
continues from the existing.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay.
Can I get a clarification on that?
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The building inspector or the building commissioner? Building commissioner. I'm the building inspector. Thanks.
Touche.
Just so people
Wow,
are
that's
clear.
good.
who's-
That is good. No, okay.
Just saying.
All right. So Diane, you may begin.
Okay, I'm looking at, not picking out the specific stuff that has been planned to park there. But I think that what has been suggested of putting the wall together should carefully be worked out. I don't think that we need a whole continuous thing on. This is Angola Street. The houses sort of melt into each other. To put a wall of stuff, whatever it comes up to be, around three sides of it is not a good thing. I think it has to be looked at much more relaxed in order to make the house, which is formal enough, to fit into a fairly informal area. And that we will discuss, I guess, when we do more of the planting. But if you look at the plans, the whole thing is outlined, making a neat for 3 walls boarded up with planting, and I would like to have that looked at because it isn't what fits in on Angola Street. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I have a few questions.
Yep. That would be Carrie Thornwell for the record.
Thank you. So we just looked at the garage and the driveway into the garage is going down, correct? A couple feet, right? So on this plan, you're going up. Your spot elevation in front of the garage doors is 42 and the street spot is 39 or at the front of the driveway. So that's, you're showing it going up, but Joe's showing it going down into the doors.
His goes up.
His goes up less than it would if the whole thing was raised up to meet the house, which is the point I was making.
Okay, so the retaining walls at the driveway side, I'm trying to figure out what the top of wall is. You note on these, the ones in the rear, what the top of wall is. At least I think that's what the top of wall is. The red numbers. Top of wall at the corner is 44.
And
Okay.
I do agree, I think that the left side of the driveway, that section of wall,
Uh-huh.
I think that can come down.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a little bit severe to,
Hang on, Katie. Katie.
yeah.
Let's let
I
Carrie
just,
finish.
I also wonder like the height of it. Is it taller than 30 inches? Then you're gonna have to have a fence on top of that. So you gotta show what, you gotta show the height so you know if you have to put a safety fence on top of it. And then can you even have a big wall right on the property line? That's a question I'm not sure of.
4 feet is the number.
Okay, the other, I'm just wondering, well, if the wall is more than a certain height, are you allowed to have it right on the property line? I don't know about that. So there's just some questions for the logistics of it. And then in the rear, my question is, what's wrong with having a hill with grass on it? Why do you have to build all these walls and structurize everything when the hill exists? You could cut into it to gain a little space, cut into it to gain a little extra yard, but maybe not so deep to make it such a steep. Do you see what I mean? If you give it a little more run, the hill can exist with a short wall at the bottom of it. And then it can be natural and you don't have to plant it all because it is grass. There are a few shrubs on it. Why not? What's wrong with it being natural like that? That's my question.
Katie, hang on. We speak, all right, and you guys listen. Thank you. All right.
I just think the need for all the walls is not necessary. We've seen what big, huge retaining walls can do, and I think it would be better to simplify, pull it a little closer to the house and work it in a natural way.
Okay, Carrie, thank you very much. Who's next?
Go.
All right, Stephen's next.
All right, Joe, you got a couple, maybe a few double-edged swords working here. You got the glaciers that came through here and they carved out this little spot that's lower than the rest. So it's good for your client because they can put the house there without it sitting on a hill, but it's bad because if they want a backyard, they're going to have to do some extent of retainage. I would make two suggestions. One is come back with the retaining wall once the structure's up. If you can't do that, provide a cross-section, show the existing grade at, I'd say, the middle of the rear yard, looking in either direction, so that we can, and put in the existing grade and then what it's going to look like relative to what you're proposing for retainage. I presume, being fairly familiar with that slope and looking at the depth of from the front of the wall, of the lower wall to the privet, which is going to be adjacent to the neighbor's yard, that you're not making a dramatic change in the slope here. You're just turning it into tiers. I think one way or the other, you need to illustrate that or come back when it isn't visible, and this is going to be less of a discussion. That's the retainage on the back. A retaining wall or a perimeter wall that's, I'm not going to get into that one. That's good. I think on the front, double-edged sword is the neighbor's driveway is tarred and it's got a big Belgian block apron that's relatively new. It's a big apron. It's different than most of the rest of the driveway treatments on Angola. And, you all want to have a more formal presentation. So the strength there is you've got a doorway into a paved driveway. The downside is that it's the only other one on the street. I think this should be a shell driveway for now. It's gonna, or a native a pea stone, and maybe I don't have an issue with the apron being on the dirt road. I would suggest that you not even put it there for now. Wait until the road catches up. It's a dirt road, pea stone. It'll change the perception of the formality of this whole presentation. And I think that it wouldn't be inappropriate. The other one that I'd want to address is the retainage shown in your 3D image. I understand doesn't directly track always for everyone what's in the plan. It's an illustration. But you're showing retainage on the right side of the driveway, which is abbreviated, which is to say much less substantial in plan view. In plan view, it's on the right of the driveway. It's just to enclose and provide a step terracing. And I think that that's more appropriate than what's shown in the illustration. I think that the retainage on the left of the driveway and the step on the right, both of those need to be shown with some type of a rendering or in the drawings with illustrations of examples, so that we know exactly what it is being proposed. For the stone retaining wall, it says see note, but I'd like to see an example. Carrie mentioned top. Well, I'm just saying on the plans. So what gets approved is what's in the plans, and I'm not seeing. No. Nope, not seeing it. Okay, so in any event, just trying to get this. No, I don't have retaining wall. I don't have images of
I
it.
just printed the current plan. I didn't do all.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to pull this together. We need sections or come back later on the retaining in the back, because you're not going to win that battle unless you can present a visual of what it is you're doing. So people, that's simple. On the retainage by the driveway, the images need to be on the plan, please, whether it's for the step area or for the retaining wall. I think that the retaining wall on the left side of the driveway needs to step down. It shouldn't be prominent as it comes out, and the grade dips 3 feet from the garage to the roadway. Actually, it's probably more like 4. I'm just focusing on those things that are visible, and I think that's it. I don't care about the bluestone. There's bluestone all over town. It's, you know, I don't have a big concern about that. It's not you haven't provided a proposal of a field of bluestone between the structures, which would, I think, be too formal. So I don't have an issue with that. I presume there's going to be grass around these? Yeah, so it's,
That's the only bluestone in the plan.
you know. Okay, thank you. Those are my comments, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, Stephen, thank you. That leaves you, Abby.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Joe, I have a really similar situation at my house. I've been right below Academy Hill, and for years they've had this problem. So I'm kind of with Carrie about this. I was thinking that the first tiers that you have, the first retaining walls that you have in the back, would be 2.5 to 3 feet and go back. But there's, like, the rest of the hill, you really don't want to see formality up there because it is rural. So it would just grasses or whatever would grow naturally. After those 2 tiers, I wouldn't mind just seeing something naturalistic. The other idea I had was, it seems as you're closer to Angola, it's a tighter steepness. You have a problem with the steepness. What if it wasn't actually a garage? What if you weren't going to drive a car in there? You could have the garage doors, but you would have a driveway going up, and then you would have a retaining wall. And then to the right, you could step that up with some stone steps going back up. That would gobble up 2.5, 3 feet. So you could just slowly sort of cut into the grade more naturally. The other thought I had, that you said it wouldn't be visible, but say it was visible. So the retaining wall is consistent. It goes from the left all the way to the back and to the right. What if that were broken up as well? What if it wasn't just one line? I mean, I'm sure you can have overhanging plants and stuff, but just to try to think more naturalistically and to work with the grade. Those are my thoughts. Oh, thank you. And I wasn't on any of that recorded.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Glad I'm not the only one.
Okay. So I'm going to sort of play off of Stephen's point about the retainage. The HDC is and should always be very risk averse. And so when we get information that says, oh, you're not going to see it, you're not going to see it, trust us, you're not going to see it. We just can't take it on faith that we're not going to see it. No one's going to disagree that this is a huge amount of retainage. So Stephen's suggestion earlier is, well, slope it down for now, and then let's, move ahead with the building and the garage or whatever we want to call it. And then we'll actually see whether we can see it and come back and that. But I've also, in the course of the discussion on the house and on the garage second dwelling, we have talked about doing other solutions that involve the architecture that can mitigate the amount of retainage. So I think there's a lot of different ways that you can approach the amount of retainage, because right now, I think the retainage is what's like seriously holding up almost all of this. And so it would be really great if the next time you guys came in, we saw something that was minimized. Joe, the drill. We can always go back and revisit something when we have more context, when, the thing gets built and it's like, well, see, we told you it wasn't going to be visible. So what do you say now? So that I think is a strategy that you might want to employ just to expedite things.
Can I just, the one thing that you brought up that, thank you for pointing it out, was that the garage was taking most of the curse of the bank.
It is.
The slope. So, but kind of part
on
of
the
that
side,
is,
on the side.
So, as you know, when you do an interior elevation, you're like, oh, this actually works out great, and that works out great, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, I got a TV, and that, the paneling is not working, I got to readjust it. And so what I'm kind of saying is you're basically saying, hey, at the south lot line, just kind of use the grade the way it is, but as you kind of circle around and come towards the garage, I'm gonna have a little bit of an issue with connectivity. So I kind of feel like I need some part of retainage, whether it's I come off and then I step down to the
All right.
lower.
That was the
secondary-
other thing that I meant to say. Katie, you had sort of said, well, the idea of not having any retainage is, basically impossible. I would agree with that. We're not trying to do away with 100% of the retainage. I don't think that's realistic. What we're trying to do is mitigate it, okay? I don't think there's a lot of different ways that you
Yeah,
can
and
do
that's
that.
why I was drawing, basically, like,
Yeah.
you'd have to see it when you walk around.
Not interfering.
Okay, all right, so can I have a motion from one of you fine people for some revisions?
I don't know if I fit that definition, but I'll make the motion.
Oh, you're a fine,
Can I say one
you're a
thing? Do you wanna
fine
include
building
Sarkeesian in that
inspector.
one?
Pardon
Or
me?
do you want to view Sarkeesian, or do you want to have the same conversation later? Am I tracking the revisions? Well, I'm trying to help you.
Are we
Yeah,
talking
let's
about
hold- let's hold-
landscape?
Yeah, let's hold on to just for a minute.
Yeah.
Motion to hold for revisions
Thank you. That was Stephen's motion on
and
the,
additional information.
great. That's Stephen's motion on the motion. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen.
Aye,
And I'm in favor. Okay, now what's the story on
number 8.
Sarkeesians? You're not suggesting holding everything, right? You're
No, I was at the landscape.
Yes.
the landscape. We'll
But I-
move forward with the, I mean, I'm fine holding it,
No,
not for selfish reasons. I just think everything here is tying together and yeah, so that would be helpful. So we're going to move forward with the,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I'd like to suggest we take a 7-minute break.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Do you guys mind?
Yeah.
Hopefully not.
pizza here.
It's Christmas.
He's on the phone.
We just approved the schedule. Why are we even having the discussion?
I know, that's what I thought we'd do. I mean, I can do a lot of consents because I've got,
Who's driving this train?
I'm not.
I can, well,
January 2nd. We're gonna decide based on the number of applications.
no, I mean, I can do, because I'm not doing anything over Christmas and I can do consents. Honestly,
Tell Esme.
I can do them too.
I can do a lot of consents. Lizzie's phone practically was the first delay.
Very sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, send it to my iPad.
Is that working?
It is, but.
Ray,
Was that you, Diane?
yeah, I was just going to say, I can do them too. I'm here stuck on the stupid bed.
We were just worried about getting consents, and Diane's just volunteering that she's gonna be around. I'm gonna be around, so. there
do
will be people
consents?
To do consents for the
Yep.
January 2nd.
Yeah, yeah, okay, great. All right, so thanks, everybody. We're back. All right. This is hot off the press. This is my application. We are not going to be hearing 31 Squam Road, which is Squam Holdings number 7 under new business. That's just an FYI to everybody, okay? We'll bump that. 47 Milk. Old business. I don't see that, but you'll tell me when we get there. Okay, everybody strike 47 Milk. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay, so now listen, everybody, we're back and we are now on to the neighboring property of the one that we just reviewed before the break. It's still Joe. And why are these both called out as, this is now 8 North Mill. Main house, addition, and alterations. Okay, everybody ready?
As ready as we can be expected to be.
All right. Joe?
Thank you, sir.
You
So
have
I
the
just gave you a handout of 2 Lily Street. Jonathan Perry built in 1815, which is a 5-bay house. This also is a corner lot. So it's on Lily Street and it goes front of lot to back of lot. So as Sarkeesian. But anyway, you did not seem to have much problem with Mr. Sarkeesian's house as Mrs. Petrie. But anyway, so one of the issues you had was on the north elevation. You wanted me to simplify the windows in that connector. You wanted me to make the dormer smaller, which I did. I went from a 6 light down to a 3 light in those dormers. The other thing is Ray asked for some interest on that side. So what I did is a little box bay. It's in the kitchen, be overlooking the Garden of the Sea. So that was a really simple little change. I also, at Mr. Welch's request, lowered that connector. I lowered that more than a foot and then played with the roof pitch that you will not really just see because it's on the backside. Again, there was no change or request to the east elevation. But looking at that, I should probably take a little bit of language, architectural language over to Metrie's rear else. But anyways, on the rear, again, we just added that or reduced the connector by 1 foot, and that was all we requested.
Okay, Joseph. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, another infill within our Quaker neighborhood within the OHD. This is a corner lot. And to that point, both the west and north elevations are very important elevations as they both face North Mill and Angola Street respectively. The north elevation in the main block should be simple, no ganged windows or bay window, although very nice. The additive masses, while still too tall, should be where a bay window is located. And although I don't support the creating history component, it would be historically appropriate in an additive mass, as these elements were typically added in the earliest 20th century, around the 1920s. It should be eliminated from the main block and added into the additive mass. The gable end rear mass needs to be reduced in height. Appreciate the reduction in height of the ridge in the middle mass. The gable obviously needs to drop. I am concerned with the ganged French doors on the south in regards to what will be visible from North Mill from the public way, looking down at it. And if it's visible, it's highly inappropriate. If it's going to be screened and not seen, then obviously that would be the purview. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Okay, so this is not about the, this will be about the main house, but I'm going to mention that the siting of the garage is still a problem. It's, it's still too close to North Mill Street, which is the front of the property. So I'm going to make an argument for rotating this house to face Angola Street, which would solve the problem of the garage because it would no longer face the front of the property, it'd be facing the side. So if, in other words, if the house faces Angola, the garage could probably stay where it is because it's not the front of the property, if you know what I mean. So other reasons for doing that would be that for one thing, the house is not aligning with 12 Angola. If you look at the site plan, you can see that it's kind of askew with the Angola Street because of the shape of the lot. And this looks more evident on the 8 Angola Street application where you can see the two buildings next to each other. They don't align. It looks kind of cockeyed. One of them's not lining up next to the other one. If this one faced Angola Street, then they could be aligned and it would look much more orderly. Another comment would be that the low addition to the right of the main mass in this building would then be facing into the intersection of the two streets. So you wouldn't have a tall gable end facing into the corner. You'd have a 1.5 story essentially addition, kind of softening that corner view of this property. And then more to the architecture of this particular building, the connector piece is not typical additive massing for the OHD. Proper additive massing should telescope down and down again, not go down and then jump up again. And then this on the south elevation, the salt box roof is backwards. It's just, salt boxes address the street, not the backyard. If you get to, there it is. So it's awkward. It's facing the wrong way. To correct that wing should really just be a symmetrical gable. You could have flush dormers on both sides. It would look much more normal. It would be lower and it would solve that sort of awkward salt box thing. And then as Holly mentioned, the gang windows facing Angola Street aren't right, aren't appropriate. And then again, this house has window wells on both sides facing both streets. Window wells aren't appropriate anywhere in the OHD facing right on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak on this application?
Yeah, Ann Davis.
Ann Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Pohl. I think Mickey's comments should, I don't have much to add. I really agree with what he's saying. And I feel that I still really strongly believe that the houses around the Garden of the Sea should be the example that this follows. And with window wells, ganged windows, and the big dormer, it doesn't really relate to those pieces of architecture. And they all have small additive masses that really speak to the vernacular, and they telescope back. So I'd love for that to be what sets the tone with this house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else? Okay, so just for the record, this is the board that has been sitting on this application. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Val. Who would like to begin?
Connie. Connie's your
Oh,
fifth.
that's funny. It says Oliver on here. Yeah, it
We got a
does.
double
Okay,
Oliver.
all right. So Connie, you're on this. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who wants to begin?
I can go with my
Great.
recording on this time. Well, I'm one of those believers that that the front of this house should be on Angola. I do have comments with it the way it's presented, but I just want to make my case that I think if they're side by side, the two that you're working on, I think they're going to look better together. And the other one coming off North Mill, as I've always felt, it was sliding down the hill, and it makes me very uneasy. But
And that's why I gave you two lilies, a perfect example.
All
so,
right, Joe. Thanks. Thank you.
so I
Abby,
still
continue.
stay with that idea that they should be side by side. I just think it's also very visible as you're coming into the pony field and looking across the garden, you're going to see those two houses together. That's the way I see it. But if it is to be the other way, I think a broke back going down, telescoping back is a much simpler style. It's a historic style. And I think having the two gables, like the main house gable and then the connector and the smaller gable, those two gables to me are competing and yelling for attention. But if it was a broke back and then the L came out the back and telescoped back, I think that would be a quieter facade to look at, looking over from the Garden of the Sea. I think the fenestration should be really simple, like any federal style. I think the bells and whistles of the different kind of, I'm sorry, I don't agree with everybody on the board, but I think just simple, old-fashioned federal style windows on that side would read a lot more historic. It is very prominent, and simpler is always better. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Can we go to the front elevation, please? The north. Joe, I think that box window is very successful. I believe that your dormer there's an incongruity with a typical connector, unless you were going to show us some images to the contrary, which I'm open to, with that dormer being there. And I think for me, it kind of boils down to either simplify the fenestration or eliminate the dormer on the north. South, please. Yeah, I mean, you could go with a gable here on the secondary mass, which is the primary facade we're looking at on the left, but then you're going to have a taller structure on the right of the front. So I don't really think you're gaining anything. You could, if you had, or you could use a taller gable with a broke back on the back, but then again, you're going to have this tall secondary mass, which on the last house, we specifically requested you lower and eliminate the dormer. So in addition to that, I don't think, Nantucket, the historic district isn't homogeneous. There's a variety of structures, and what's typical and what's atypical are not necessarily the same as inappropriate, appropriate, and inappropriate. So, you know, do I love this? No. Do I hate it? No. Is it appropriate? Yes. Is it atypical? Yes. Next, please.
So just for the record, I was on 12 Candle House. It is a reverse Saltbox, which is kind of funny. And then if you look at the Mueller's house
Yeah.
nearby that has the same kind
Yeah,
of.
Mueller's jumps to mind.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand people wanting it to be a certain way, but I'm not getting caught up in sentimental notions of what is built downtown, because there is a variety of structures built downtown that may not come to mind, but are not inappropriate. They're, you know, they help to establish that fabric that is the character and setting. And again, it's not homogeneous. Otherwise it wouldn't be what it is now. East, yeah, next, please. Yeah, okay, those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Who's next? Who's the next victim? We have Diane Coombs, we have Connie, and myself.
I'll go if you want.
Please, go ahead, Diane.
First of all, just tell me, going back to when it first came up, is why is it askew in its building lot? Why isn't it straight on?
Because
reason
it
for
runs parallel to North Mill. And again, that goes back to my zoning issue. Robert has a 10-foot setback and a side yard setback of 10 feet. If I could go back to the historic district zoning, I might be able to cant it, but then again, I'm sorry you're not here, Diane, but I brought in 2 Lily Street, and that is parallel to Lily Street, but the house on, what's the street I'm trying to think of? Liberty is facing Liberty, and they don't match. And so that is a perfect example into what Mr. Welsh has said. There are some oddities and funny things in the architecture and layouts and balance of Nantucket, but that's what makes it unique. And so I'm not trying to be cookie cutter development, you know, I'm trying to play and have a little uniqueness to this. So that's why I'm doing this.
Right. I really, being around for some length of time, what is appropriate on North Liberty Street may not be appropriate on Angola Street, whether they are both 5 bay, 3 bay, or whatever bay. Sometimes I think we count what's going on downtown, and there's 2 different areas and 2 very different houses. Anyway, I've been looking at this and going around. I have questions about the amount of 4. Are they sliders, or are they? Can I get? I got an east elevation. Could I get a north elevation, please?
So Diane, just to answer your question, they are sliders, and they will be screened by the secondary dwelling. And
They will be.
And the topography change.
Okay.
Just
On
like
both,
up a natural, you still wouldn't see it.
on both those 3 mulled windows on the first floor, they will be screened, right?
No, you can see those from Angola, but if it's an issue, I'll break them apart.
I just think they're heavy for the house. Otherwise, it's that particular elevation, the north elevation. Where's the front door? There it is, on the west elevation. Okay. Okay, I got it. So that's the front door is going to be at the moment on North Mill Street, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I'll ask you a question. What do you think about turning it to have the front door on Angola?
Uh, we looked at that in one of my first iterations with my client, and and the other part of it is, if there was not North Mill, all day long I would have an Angola, but where North Mill is going to become the predominant street that everyone's going to be used, I feel like that's why that frontage in Nantucket architecture, it should face the main street, not a side street of Angola, if you will.
Okay. All right. I agree with you. I just wanted to know what if there was an architectural problem of doing that. The only thing I would do at the moment, and I'm sure it's not the last time I'll say something, but again, I would like to see that shed dormer on the right-hand side of the west elevation removed. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't know if you can drop a window down and get rid of the height where you absolutely need the height to make the room workable. I don't know, but I think the house, the way it is it's very nice and very simple and will go well on that corner. So, there's a lot more going up. If you stick with 8 North Mill Street going up that way, I haven't been able to get out there. So what is the elevation of going up the street? Does it follow up to the other streets that are up on Birdsong, or is it softer?
It follows the natural contour other than a retaining wall on the backside of a garage, Ms. Coombs. So
Yeah.
from Prospect Street down to the front of this property will be a grade change of roughly 35 feet, which is quite dramatic, and like 300 feet. It is a very steep slope, so we're doing the best we can and working what we have.
Well, I think what you propose as the building is good. I just would like to see how it's going to fit in and give you another problem of putting Angola and North Liberty, North Mill Street together. I would like to see the triple windows on that proposed north elevation separated. I would also like to see the 2 windows on the left-hand side of the north elevation separated enough so you don't have so much going to the sides. If you took it down 6 or a foot apart, I think it would be good. So I think it gives a more feel of an old building, and I think it would make that elevation, the north elevation, which will be very well seen, fitting in as a house that would fit in to this area better. Okay, that's it for now, Joe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie, it's your turn.
So I appreciate the changes and I really, I do like the west elevation, which is gonna face North Mill Street. I think some of the minor little revisions that Stephen had mentioned, I would be in favor of. And yeah, I think it looks good. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. That leaves me, and I think this has come a long way. The reverse salt box for me is not an issue at all. I can see the reason why that shape is the way it is, and I think that it works with the architecture. The only thing that I would request, and I hope that it's a modest request, is to get rid of the light well on the main mass facing North Mill, because that's going to be right on sort of the formal front face of the building. That's it for me. Now I'm trying to.
Hey, Ray, can I make a suggestion?
Can we
Yeah,
make
go
Exhibit
ahead. Hang on, Mickey. Yes, go. You could make a suggestion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Since the sighting, the direction of the sighting is a pretty critical aspect of this whole application, would it be fair to ask the applicant to see if he could do like an aerial perspective showing the house facing Angola Street, so you could compare the two different versions of the two?
This is just beyond.
All right, Mickey, thank you for the suggestion. I'm going to leave that completely at the discretion of the applicant. So let's see, where were we?
Could we please go to the north elevation? Or I'm sorry, yeah. Can you zoom in on that lower middle piece? The connector, like take it up a couple clicks. I'm just trying to figure, Joe, even just that horizontal line, the soffit,
So I have a gutter there. I'll get rid of that.
something just,
It's a gutter. Sorry.
and what about the band, the frieze that goes left to
Same
right?
thing.
I
Same
just,
thing.
it's creating a really abnormal perception.
Yeah, if they were gone, you would see a nice clean white line.
Yeah, you'd
Kind of
see-
like the bay next door.
Yeah, it'd be more typical.
That's what it would be.
And what about more of a slightly smaller window?
I was matching the A's. I
Well,
guess I
that's-
could go to the, that's, yeah, so I was,
It looks bigger.
so no, they're identical. Well, I'll confirm the width, but they should be the identical width. They're
Okay.
A3, so looking to the left, it's 3 of those combined.
Okay. All right.
I think it's more of a pen weight thing.
It is a pen weight thing.
Yeah, it's just, it's reading oddly in it. It's in conjunction with the dormer. I think it's just kind
Yeah,
of.
when you zoom in, it
Yeah.
shows it.
Could I
I
add
can tweak that.
something that might?
And Ray, can I just
Hang on.
ask you,
Stephen, go.
through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, that dormer fenestration, any suggestions on modifications that might make that configuration work better before I make a motion?
Well, now that you say it, I'm not loving the shingle course in between the two sort of wall-eyed windows. That's all.
Yeah.
Um,
Joe, can you get a third in there?
Yes, I can go back to a third.
Well,
But,
now that we're.
before I had a 6 light, sorry. I could go back.
Are you
to
laughing at us
No,
or
I'm
with
laughing
us?
at me. I'm laughing at me. Sorry. It's a long day. And yes, so I could make that a 3 light ganged window.
then it's sort of filled out.
Yeah. And what about eliminating the corner boards
Done.
and that bury it in the top plate?
Yeah.
Just, it's too much mass, you know what I mean? And it's too defined. It needs to become,
So
It's
yeah,
more-
the other part of it is, like I said, I have a 3D gutter on there, and I could
Okay.
just eliminate that, which will clean it up.
so I'm gonna make a motion. Can we zoom out?
Can you hold on the motion
Yeah.
just for a second? Abby wanted to add one.
Okay,
Oh,
so,
okay, yeah.
oh, yeah, just wanted to add one thing that, although I'm still on the
Yeah.
other way.
I know you are.
But I just wanted to say that on that north elevation, that sort of bumped out window, it almost reads as, if that were more regular, the fenestration on your main mass, it might read as the front of a building that you might see in a historic neighborhood. So if you were to make that fenestration more consistent, you might get away with it almost looking like it's the front of the house. But because it's got the bump out, it looks more like the side of a house. If you catch my drift, I guess you don't.
No.
No,
If
okay.
anyone,
All right.
does anyone else get it? 'Cause
I think it's like when we have a faux window.
Yeah.
I'm saying that this mass right here
Yeah.
could read as the front of a house if you're just looking across the pony field. If this were not like a bumped out bay, if it were a consistent old fashioned federal style house, it might read more as the front of a house. That way you get away with it both ways. So, but it's
Yeah,
just
but
a
there's a
suggestion.
house on North Mill, which is or Mill, that doesn't face the street. There's a couple houses that don't have doors that face the street, which is it's a really funny neighborhood. It's got so many variables. But anyways,
Right, this one has to read both
yeah.
ways, but anyway, thank you. Sorry, just to.
Okay, no, thank you, Abby. All right, Stephen.
I think our comments really focused on the north, so primarily in terms of consensus. So that's what I'm going to focus on. And it will be a motion as an Exhibit A where the connector triple set double hungs are made to be the same size as the A's, which actually at this scale, they look like they are. And the dormer will have a top plate header, slightly lower roof mass as a result, no corner boards, and triple windows. The window in the center will be on the center line of the window below, and the rest will fall into place as it may.
That is your motion,
Yes.
correct? Who's actually going to create that Exhibit A?
I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. with
Okay,
a
you're going to
pen
do it
and
by
a
hand.
piece of
Okay.
paper.
All right, so there is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
Unfortunately, I'm a no.
Okay, Abby's a no. Diane.
No.
Okay, Connie.
Aye.
Connie's in. Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. All right, so let's move on to the studio garage. And we did decide we were going to scrap the hardscape, right?
Right.
Okay. So
Well, I don't think you officially voted on it.
What?
We'll
don't
do
think you
it
officially
more
voted on
track. We'll do a motion to track.
Yeah, just FYI.
Got it. Right. Okay. All right, Joe.
So I will change the front garage door to be more of a batten style. So just for the record, this will be a secondary dwelling for Robert's friend, and he will be storing his parents' antique car that needs to be stored 24/7. So this needs to be a garage. So I'm gonna leave it at that. It's 22 feet high. It's a story and a half. And it's, again, using the retaining wall to support the south side slope. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, infill within the Quaker neighborhood. Thank you for the separate structure. I do note that the site plan needs to be revised without that connector between the two. At 22 feet 2 inches, it could be reduced in height if possible. It should be pushed back further from the facade of the main home. The garage doors for both infill lots should be windowless, carriage style doors or batten. The fenestration in the dormers seem to be odd with the space between. A smaller dormer and smaller windows, like some dormers within the neighborhood, would be more appropriate. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey.
So again, it's all about the siding of the garage. It's it's nearly parallel with the facade of the house. And it's pretty obvious in building with Nantucket in mind that they say push it to the back of the lot. This is coming up on 12 Angola. It's going to come up again. It's on Barnabas later this evening. It's something that I think this board should be consistent about. That if the garages shouldn't be close to the street in the old historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Ann Davis?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Ann,
Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else? No. Okay. All right, same board. Who would like to begin? Nobody? I'm gonna choose somebody.
I'll go. Can we go to the
Oh,
site plan,
there's
please?
Stephen.
Joe, I agree with the distance from the street issue, or the point that's been made, so, I have nothing to add on that. Can we go to the elevations? You addressed the door. Can we go to the next elevation?
That's looking at the main house.
Okay, yeah, so that'll be oblique. Next elevation, please. I like the door, by the way. I think that's really appropriate. And that'll be into the yard.
Correct.
Next, and the stone wall is
Tracking.
there. Okay, good answer.
Not that one, that,
Yeah,
yes. But those two windows on the second floor, I can squeeze those together and get a better balance. I was matching the other side.
I don't have a concern with any of this. I mean, if there's a concern about height, drop the top plate 4 or 5 inches and bury everything, top plate headers, but I don't think it's inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Stephen, who's next?
I can go.
Thank you, Abby.
So I'm just thinking, whoopsie daisy. So I agree with Mickey. I think the garage is so close to the main house. It's just like, looks like there's 5 feet between the two. And I think that competes. And I think it should either be pushed to the back and so that it's not like, it looks like almost like it's on parallel plane. I think it's too large. And I think that the front fenestration and doors are too busy. It should just be a simple garage door, batten doors, maybe a window above, but smaller, simpler. That's what I think.
Okay,
Thank
Abby,
you.
thank you. Let's see. Connie, are you ready?
Sure, I agree. I agree with what's being said. It needs to be pushed back, and maybe brought down a little bit, and the garage doors, no windows. Thank you.
All right, Connie, thank you. Diane?
Yep, I agree with what's been said by Mike, Mickey, and Abby. I think the batten doors, which we have in the next, I proposed for the next building over, is better. And I think that should be pushed back. I don't need to repeat it all because I believe what Abby and Nikki said were good. At least I agree with it. Thank you.
That's it? Okay, thank you,
Yep.
Diane. Yeah, pushing the garage back, I think, is very important in this particular case. Well, actually, I'm not gonna reiterate either. I mean, basically, I agree with most. There weren't that many comments made, but I agree with them. So, should we move for some revisions on this one?
So moved.
Oh,
Can I just ask one? So again, going back to the zoning requirement, like the 10-foot in front, if I was able to bring this house forward, it would get rid of a lot of problems. So I'm wondering, could I, there's a 9-foot separation between the two structures, but from the main mass to the secondary mass, I'm back, I think it's 4 feet off the top of my head. Sorry if I get that wrong. Could I have the garage gable 4 foot back from the secondary mass? So have an even stagger. So it would go back, it'd be, I think, 20 feet off the street.
Can we go to the site plan, please?
your math, if I understood you correctly, Joe, would have you pushing the garage back 5 feet. Yeah.
then again,
Everybody
like if I
got
could,
that?
yeah, like if you look at that site plan right now, if that house, if I had the RO8 zoning, I could move the house forward to your right, Ray. I know, I'm just,
Right. So you're suggesting taking that point and moving it back with respect to that point, so it would be back here somewhere.
so right, so the first stagger and the next stagger, so there's this rhythm.
Yeah, I think that's what the board's.
And then I
looking
can change
for,
the doors,
What?
and then I'll change the garage doors.
All right, well, listen, if everybody, and I would count myself among them, you know, if people are satisfied with the concessions that Joe has just offered, you know, I could try out a motion on that.
How about the fenestration in the doors?
The garage doors are changing to bat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ms.
No,
Coombs made the same
no
recommendation.
glass.
No glass,
Glass.
same recommendation that Ms. Coombs made for Metri's. She wanted a batten door with black straps, kind of look.
Right.
I-
Like a barn
So
door.
I wanted the garage door centered, but, I mean, no window on to the left, but I just
Yeah,
think that's.
I disagree with that. Just to say it, because since we're kind of talking about a vote here. It essentially, it puts everything on a central axis and it's gonna make it look like a rocket.
Yeah, and he's also
All
worried
right,
about the
well, let's
carpeting
not-
scratch, sorry.
Look, let's not argue it back
I
and
just
forth.
wanted
I'm
to
not
know what
arguing.
was.
Are you looking for a motion? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Joe,
Some
I think
kind.
we need a couple more feet.
Yeah, no, like I
move
just
that
said, I'd
back.
move it back, like,
I think we need a couple more.
No, I think he said 5.
Yeah, I think like 7,
Oh, more than 5. I got it.
yeah.
Okay, well, I'll
It
let
puts
you,
it
I'll
closer
let
to
you
the
and Joe
center
argue
of
about
where the
that.
gable would be on that secondary
Wanna go back?
mass, which is really
oh.
kind
It's,
of.
then I don't want the salt box. I'd really like to stand on the 5, because otherwise, just so you can get some.
I just don't want to float a motion that's gonna fail.
I
'cause then
understand
it
that,
Doesn't
but
make sense
yeah.
bothering to
Alright.
do it. And then the other thing I want to confirm before I make a motion is the connector deck shown in site plan is not above grade. If it is to be installed, it will be
It's stone.
at grade. Okay, you changed it. Okay, so my motion would be to remove the deck from the site plan to show the garage shifted back from the street 7 feet. And
Garage doors.
the garage doors to be a V groove. That's my motion, and I'll do that as an exhibit A.
Okay, there is the motion. So let's see, on that motion, Abby,
Sorry, clarification, it's 7 feet back from where it's designed now?
where it currently is sitting, it's
Yeah.
gonna go
I'm
7 feet.
still a no.
Still a no, okay. Diane?
When he's talking about V groove, I thought we were doing a batten door. Is he looking at the 2 doors as being the same?
Yeah, they wouldn't have windows. It would just be vertical board, Diane.
Right. Okay,
Is that all right?
yeah, yes,
So are you in favor of Stephen's motion then?
yes,
Okay, thank you. Connie
Aye.
and Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
So Robert is off celebrating his dad's 92nd birthday, so thank you for this gift.
We did it for Robert's dad. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
Sarkis is his dad. Sarkis is a great guy.
There we
So
are.
thank you, everyone. Have a happy
All right.
holiday.
Okay,
All
yeah,
right,
you
Joe,
too.
thanks.
All right, so,
No more retaining walls this year, Joe.
yeah, no more. We've approved the last retaining wall. 305 Pulpus Road.
Can I get the exhibit A? Steve?
Robbie, come on down. Okay, so here we are, fence at 305 Pulpus Road. Sitting on this one are myself, Stephen, Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, and Joe Paul, whom we haven't heard from all night long.
It's
Joe,
unusual, isn't it?
still with us? Have you fallen asleep?
I'm here.
Oh, good. All right, so I signed that. That goes back there. Okay, Robbie's at the mic. Robbie, tell us what you did.
This one is very complex,
Very complex.
very. So you'll recall that Phil Osley, there's a 10-acre
Oh,
lot. If you can go to the drawing that has the red indicator of where the fence is, he wanted to fence like 300 linear feet of that property line because there's quite a bit of development next door.
Yeah.
So the suggestion was, which was spectacular, I believe, was to berm and to naturally plant on his side of the line so that he can control and put in as much screening as is required. He would just like to fence that angular piece that's indicated in red, because that is what gets closest to his property line, and he would like a little bit more solid screening there to his neighbor. So.
Okay, so a rather severe reduction in the amount of
Drastic reduction in the length
Okay.
of that fence.
All right, so everybody get it? You know, it's just a V-shaped fence, L-shaped fence, depending on how you're looking at it.
Mr. Chair.
And it's cut way back from where it was before. Comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Rob, are
Yeah.
each of those sections about 85 feet?
No, I think it would reduce to, well, I can't read it, but yeah, I think it's 40. So it'd be 80 in total. Each one of those legs, I think, is about 40 feet. I can't.
Okay, I can read it, and it says
80.
proposed fence location as indicated, 40 feet by 60 feet.
And that, yeah.
The short
see,
one is
it's-
40, the long one's 60.
It's short of the property line. Can you see where the line extends
We do
past?
see that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
5 feet from property line.
So we can plan on both sides.
Got it. Okay,
Okay.
comment, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I did opine on this before, so as someone who drives by the site twice a day, I do appreciate the major reduction in length of the fence. I am, however, concerned with the proposed location as in out in the open for the 40-foot and 60-foot sections of the 6-foot board fence. Appreciate that it will be natural to weather. There's not much existing understory in this area, mostly of pines and tupelo trees. I would say plantings must be native in order to blend in with the property, bayberry, holly trees, etc. But one thing I think is missing in the application would be a cross-section. Although to better understand where and how the berm and fence with the plantings will look. But I do notate that it is extensively off the Pulpus Road. But I am concerned because you can see through the understory quite a bit. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Holly, thank you. Just to that, if I'm not mistaken, it is 362 feet back to the little V-shaped portion from Pulpus Road. Okay, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think, given the reduction, it's natural to weather and they are going to extensively screen it. I'm okay with it. And I agree with Holly about the natural plantings, something that will last and,
That's what
you
Phil
know,
wants.
the deer won't eat the bottom, so you see right through it.
Right. Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks. I was gonna call you Paul. Joe.
No problem.
Okay, Paul, Joe, go ahead.
I agree with everything that's been said, both by Holly and Val, and I appreciate the applicant and the owner considering all of this, given the distance that it is from the road, and trust that the fence will be screened. He's probably going to want to screen his own fence, so I guess I'm fine with it. I think a cross section would be nice, but trust that they'll screen their fence with native vegetation.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I was wondering with that funny V, is he proposing to put a house in there? What's he proposing in that V or L
That
or
V
what?
belongs to the neighbor. That,
Oh,
the property line takes a little jog there for some inexplicable reason.
okay. Well, I couldn't find any reason, so I wasn't sure what was going on. So, all right. Well, I don't suppose it'd be any good taking a view of it because we wouldn't see the fence and it's too far in. So I guess it will be okay.
All right, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Stevens, to you.
Unless you care to opine, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
I'm good. Yep. Okay, so Stephen has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
thank you, Diane,
Hi.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you.
You
same
too,
to
Rob.
I appreciate it. Okay, the next three are Stephen's applications. He's going to chair the next three.
All right, guys. So just to tee us up on this, we've got 9 applications done in the last 3 hours. I'd like to, if you agree with someone, say you agree with them and then move on. And we'll go from there. Matt, when you see your site plan, please give us a brief presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a roof walk and a minor chimney revision. You've approved the house previously. During the approval process, we talked about, we did show a roof walk. The board suggested come back at a later date, so we withdrew it without prejudice. So if you shift down to sheet A2.1, that's the primary elevation, which shows the 2 major changes. The west elevation, we just changed the chimney throat, if you will. So it's a little bit more narrow. It was a little bit wider previously. And then as far as a roof walk is concerned, this is a full 2-story plate height. We did widen the roof walk. We actually removed the skirting and we widened the posts ever so slightly. We also have 2 smaller perspectives in the lower right-hand corner of the sheet. I think perspective B is probably the most, or references what you would potentially see. If you look at perspective A, you can barely see it if you're standing right at the road. But I do think that the roof walk does complement the massing of the house. And while we do have a chimney, I feel like this roof walk is kind of a vertical punctuation, but utilized in the Nantucket vernacular. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do believe the commission opined on the roof walk on previous reviews. With this application, I do appreciate the changes, especially the changes to the chimney. However, the roof walk with a skirt or without a skirt, I don't believe is appropriate. I will say that I do appreciate that it is a 2-story plate height as a recommendation within building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything to add to Holly's comments or otherwise?
Yeah, we'll be quick. So the roof walk shows this partial, trunk access, partially a sort of a small partial skirt, which is pretty awkward because it's right on the front of the house and it'll be very evident from the street. So, I mean, the roof walk is one thing, but having that sort of awkward enclosure right on the front is even worse. And I would also add that if you would make the roof walk a foot less wide, it would shorten the legs and it'd be probably better proportionally overall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, Matt, your board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Joe.
Thank you.
Who'd like to go? Concerns? Val?
I'm not in favor of the roof walk. I think because of the steep roof pitch, the legs just seem so long. And now without any skirt, it just doesn't seem appropriate or fitting with the style of architecture. I can't think of anything that remotely looks this way. So I'm fine with the chimney reduction. I think that looks good and is appropriate. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Diane?
Yes, I do not like the roof walk. I think it's inappropriate. I don't think it fits in. I don't think it complements the house. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So I would be against the roof walk. I like the chimney.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, it's just too small, and if the roof lines were going at the same height either way, and it was going the long way, I think it would work better, but with the different roof lines on the left and the right, and then this little thing, it's just, I guess I'm a no.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I guess I'm in the minority. I thought that if this got narrowed up, as Mickey had suggested, and you even brought back the skirt and everything was natural, that it does break up that west elevation and it would mitigate these roof intersections that are there. But, and it wouldn't overlap on the west elevation, that lower gable. So those are my comments. I do think that it could work on the house if it was skinnied up, but sounds like I'm the only one that has that opinion.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I'm going to leave you out there in the wind on your own. What's the motion?
Actually,
Make a motion to hold for a vision.
sure.
Or Matt, would you, I mean, we can approve it without the roof walk. It doesn't mean that the roof walk is denied.
That's what I'm saying is I could take the approval and remove the roof walk without prejudice, so
Yeah.
I could come back with the natural version shrunk down, maybe get some more perspectives.
So, perseverance.
I
Even
mean,
water
honestly,
can wear down granite.
For what it's worth, I do think that it does complement the building, but
Okay. I'll make my comment on that at the next one. So Val, would you mind doing it, just mark it up as an Exhibit A, and the Exhibit A would be to eliminate the roof walk?
Okay.
And on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see.
I'm an aye.
Abby's an aye, Val's an aye, Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. We're gonna move to 6 Highland Ave, new dwelling revision. It is the same, no, it's myself, Abby, Val, and Joe. No alternates.
No, me.
No, Diane, I'm sorry, Diane, you're on the next one, 1 Sconset Ave. Is Lindsay with us? I'm just hoping to get to new business before we.
Yeah, really.
Just killing us.
Yeah.
okay, with your permission, I'll start,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair. So again, this is a structure that's been approved, and we're before you with some minor revisions, a majority of which occur on sheet A 2.1 west elevation. We previously were proposing a Juliet balcony on the second floor. I don't think there was a lot of support for that, so we've just integrated it into a simple shed roof. You had asked that we provide kick panels on the French doors that are in the master suite towards the tail end of the L. Again, this elevation faces interior to the property, and again, I don't think that any of these, this majority of this fenestration is going to be overly visible. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Esme, can you zoom in on the lower elevation, the bubble areas? have, no offense to anyone, but do we have to have the people on this screen all the time? Wait, is it your screen or her screen?
Mine.
Oh, okay. Because you need to see it.
She just needs to know who's in the queue there.
I
could
just-
get-
as they
hands
move it
raised and
around,
everything.
so it was-
No, that's
I
me.
wasn't sure, I thought we were looking at your desktop, so.
You could get a second monitor and then pull
The
the,
hybrid.
Like,
Okay.
just
Are there any questions
pull it off.
before we take comments? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at the last review, I mentioned that 2 balconies facing North Star is not appropriate, and the previous approval was more appropriate. With the revision, regardless of the minor changes, I still believe that it's not appropriate. The visibility from North Star, I think, on that second floor is going to be seen. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, you have anything?
Stephen, is your mic on?
Yes, do you have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Not a lot. I mean, we definitely agree with what you just said. I think the two, this looked better before, having the 2 decks, the 2 second floor decks next to each other is just complicated. It makes this building look
Okay,
like.
Mickey, I'm sorry, we're being repetitive. Do you have anything to add?
I was just saying that it makes this building look like an upside down house on the cliff. So
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
that that's appropriate. Thank you.
Let's see. It is again myself, Abby, Val, and Joe. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Abby?
I agree with Mickey. I think that the first set of French doors is going to be seen, and I just don't think it works. I don't mind the 3 beyond going back towards the back of the house, but those 2 French doors, it just looks, I don't know, it's not commercial. I don't know what the word is, but it just doesn't seem to.
Esme, can we go back to the elevation with the doors? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Abby. Let's see, Val?
I'm gonna say what I said before, there's too many doors on that side of the house, period. And regardless of whether the porch is integrated or not, I just think it's too much.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I think it's definitely an improvement over what you showed last time, for sure. And I don't think that the railing detail on the proposed smaller deck is helping. As you see the full height of those doors. Maybe a single door, it'd be interesting to see what that would look like, especially if it worked in the rhythm of the other fenestration on that, and perhaps a modification of the rail detail. I have no issues with the other revisions. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Can we go back in a couple clicks on the lower elevation? So Matt, I think God bless you, you got away with something on that deck to the left, that rail system. I think it'd be more appropriate on the second floor deck that kind of, it's not really Juliet, but as close as you can get, is if that were just a full shingled wall. And otherwise, I think it's got to go. I'm not sure what happened. What did you do with the post configuration below that? Is there a modification to that? It is bubbled.
Those are just posts that we added. Previously, there was a pergola in front of those French doors, and then there was a Juliet balcony above it. So just the fact that those are now, those post locations changed, but the posts
Gotcha.
in the previous iteration were there.
Okay, thank you. The doors themselves on that particular area, I'm not adverse to, but as a composition, it's overkill. That panelization at the bottom of the doors, I think, is wholly appropriate and a very beneficial addition. Thank you. What do we want to do, folks?
Could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just about, because this is reference to the roof walk for the previous application. If the board, would the roof walk be more appropriate on this structure? Because we talked about that with our client.
You'd have to turn in a drawing and we could look at it.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a 1.5 story though, right?
That's what
So
I thought,
probably,
but I was just,
probably you're going to get shot down on that.
you never know. One never knows.
One never knows. Any given Tuesday, as they
Given
say,
Tuesday.
like in the NFL.
or they'll just.
Explode. What,
Life
folks,
won't be
what would we
complete.
like to do with this particular application?
I would like to hold for revisions or ask the applicant to withdraw it.
If I could get clarification through you, Mr. Chair, Doug, the second floor deck? Is that what we're
Do
asking
you want to
about?
clarify your position?
Yeah, I think there's too many doors.
Too many doors and the second floor deck is problematic.
You can hold for revisions.
I think that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. On Val's motion to hold for revisions.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
I knew you were going to have a strong follow-up on that. Joe,
I just like.
Aye.
your- I just-
and I'm an aye. On the shingle wall.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think if you, Matt, I know we just voted, but you might just give us an alternative option for both of those to be shingle wall.
Can do that.
Let's see, we're on to 1 Sconset Ave if we have an
Thank you.
applicant's agent. And then
May
we're-
I just say something? Sorry, really
Yes,
quick to Matt.
Val.
That is a situation, like I think I heard earlier, it's one of those things, if those two buildings are framed up and we can't see it, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But I do think we're gonna be able to see it in a couple of different ways, so prove me wrong and
I mean, I do think the upper deck you'll probably see from
Okay.
that perspective.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Matt. Are you done with us tonight?
I have another 2 applications later in the agenda,
Oh,
but
further
based
down
on
new
my
business.
math, it's
Okay.
going to be close, so.
Well, I was just going to give you your chance to wish us all a Merry Christmas before you left.
Well, if I don't have that opportunity, Merry Christmas, have a wonderful holiday, and a wonderful New Year.
Thank you, Matt.
Hopefully I'll see you like in an hour.
All right. You too, if we don't get there.
Yeah.
1 Sconset Ave. Do we have an applicant's agent?
I don't see anybody representing Atlantic in the queue, so.
I relinquish my position. Thank you.
All right, so now we're on to new business. Mr. Ranney, I think you're up number 1.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good. How you doing? Nice
I'm
to
doing
see
good.
you. That, for the record, that's Jamie Ranney.
Oh.
Yes, for the record, Jamie Ranney.
Welcome to the HTC, Jamie.
Thank you.
So, go
This
ahead,
is-
Jamie.
This is a application for a revision to a previously approved pool in Sconset on the corner of Ann's Lane and Sankaty Road. You can see from the picture, the original approval had the pool facing longitudinally perpendicular to Sankaty Road. Once the pool was staked out, the owners felt that the pool was too close to the house, involved too much hardscaping, retaining walls, et cetera. So they've submitted a revision to turn the pool 90 degrees, maintain all the same screening that came with the original approval, and eliminate all the retaining walls and hardscaping except for the coping area around the pool, and to use the natural grade of the property as it slopes towards Sankaty Road without having to do a bunch of retaining walls and steps and things like that.
Hey, Jamie, you know, I reviewed this for consent, and the only thing that I can't find, and maybe I'm just missing something, is the original submission.
Right.
Yes, so I didn't have my hands on that when this was a sort of a last minute submittal.
Okay.
So I'm happy to dig that up and resubmit so that you would have it in your packet. But essentially the pool is about a foot shorter, both lengthwise and widthwise, and turned 90 degrees. And then all of the,
In the same location.
exactly. And the only difference is that all of the hardscaping, retaining walls and stuff that were part of the original approval
Were
are now
taken
deleted.
off. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Uh,
Stephen.
Jamie, I know you weren't involved. Do you know who was the original?
I think Julie Jordan presented the
Julie,
original.
I do remember this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It came in sort of last minute because the pool was staked, it was ready to go. The owners came and said, that's not what we want. Smaller, no hardscaping, grade, same grade as the house, that kind of stuff.
All right.
I think the main concerns that were stated in the original application, as I recall, were that it not be visible from the road, and that the,
Mr. Chair.
yeah, there's the original plan right there.
Oh,
So-
okay, great. All right.
So all that hardscaping was eliminated, retaining walls, et cetera. Basically, much simpler design, smaller pool. little bit further away from the house and with the natural grade.
I think we're looking for a motion.
Now, well, hold on, I want to do our due diligence or
Thank you,
due
Mr. Chair.
process.
So the last review obviously was very extensive. I think this proposal with eliminating the hardscaping and the orientation is more appropriate, so I have no concerns.
Great. And do we have Rob on tonight?
I don't believe Rob opined on this one.
Okay, it seems fairly straightforward, but so it is the regular board, since we're all here. Stephen?
Yeah, I previewed this, and when I saw that it wasn't on consent and it was a pool reduction, I had to look at it.
Yeah,
And then I couldn't find the original, so I was like, oh, if I had the original, I would know.
that's where it is.
Now that I see the original, I see the extent of the hardscape. It is a slightly smaller pool. I'd just like to move this along with a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, now, Stephen has made a motion. Is there anybody that has, any of the regular board has any concerns that they want to voice before I put this to a vote?
No, go ahead.
You good?
I
Okay.
was gonna say that to make a comment in the, moving the motion to include that, so it's not two of the same.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Good point. So just.
Of course,
Just submit that, all right?
I'll make that in the motion.
Okay, there we
Yeah.
are. All right, so on Stephen's motion,
Well,
Abby,
I'll make a motion.
I thought you had me.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to let me do it.
I thought you were already saying.
A little jujitsu going on here. So the motion is to, through staff, approve as submitted, subject to submission, attachment of the prior approved plan.
There
And
it
under
is.
the same conditions of the original approval.
Correct. Okay, on Stephen's motion, Abby,
I'm a no.
you're a no. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
I would like to see it turn the other way, so I guess for the moment I'm a no.
okay. Stephen on your motion?
I'm an aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Thank you, Jamie. Nice seeing you.
Thank you, everybody, and that's okay. Before I say Merry Christmas, may I say I appreciate all the work that you do. It's been a while since I've been to an HTC meeting, but I appreciate all the work that you do
Wait
for
till
Nantucket.
you get the bill for this, Jamie. Then see
Thank you
whether
very
you
much.
appreciate it, okay?
Thanks.
All right, so now we're on to 21A Daffodil. Is that Linda? No, that's not Linda. Anybody to represent 21A Daffodil?
Yes, we do have.
I'm going to sit off this one, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so is on.
I just got get caught up here.
Okay, so Stephen's sitting off this, so why don't we have Carrie sit on this? All right, Ms. Thornwell?
Yes, me.
All right. Mr. Empower? Mr. Energy, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yep.
He's there? Are you're
I believe
there?
so, yes.
Okay. All right, so what do you want to tell us about your application here?
We would like to get your approval for a solar project at this address. This is a roof-mounted system with 38 panels.
You know, I think I may have reviewed this too. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Holly, do you have anything to say about this one?
Just at first glance, it didn't seem that it meets all of the guidelines, but I'll let you all.
Does not seem to do that, correct? Huh.
So I'm gonna queue up what it looks like. Is this the same company that was working on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Empower, I know we ran into a similar situation on another project on Eagles Wing Way. And I suggested to whoever was on with us that day to review our solar guidelines. Because we frown upon them being on the front of a house. This house is a full 2-story plus. And they're in many directions on many different roof planes, so I think the whole thing needs to be revisited.
Val, thank you. I think that summed it up pretty well. Abby?
I agree with that.
Okay. Diane?
I agree with it also.
All right, and Carrie?
Yes, indeed, me too.
All right, so do you understand what's being asked of you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I got you correctly, this needs to be revisited. You need more photos, I believe. Is it right?
Well, photos would be
Better
helpful,
plan.
but also I think that you need to review the solar guidelines as they apply to your project.
Okay. Same
You
as
have a lot
the,
of different roof planes and things like that, but if you look at the solar guidelines, it's pretty straightforward about what's approvable and what's not. Okay?
Okay, understood, Mr. Chair.
So we're gonna be looking for some revision. By the way, could you just, all kidding aside, give us your name for the record?
Yes, this is Clark.
Sorry?
I also have Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
First name?
Yes, Clark.
Your
That's my
first name is Clark.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I also have Fritz with me here, also representing Empower.
Okay, you got that, Ollie? All right, okay. Okay, listen, thanks. Can I have a motion from somebody?
Motion.
Hold for revisions.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do Diane's. Diane has moved to hold for revisions. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, next up is Ethan with us at 82 Pulpus Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas.
No, Ethan? Okay, we'll pass over that for representation, which brings us to 11 Starbuck. Do we have somebody to represent that?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant requested to hold that till next meeting.
The Starbuck. All right, so we're gonna pass that one by, which brings us to Edgewater. Paul, come on down.
Willard?
They're not that far off.
25.
Yeah, 25 Willard, yeah,
Oh,
correct.
here's an exhibit A.
Okay.
Wait, I didn't sign those.
Oh,
Stephen, are
sorry.
you on?
I thought you passed them to
off?
me to pass them on.
Why don't we give an alternate? We've got a lot of old business.
All right, so how about, are you sitting off too?
I could.
Okay,
yeah.
so Abby and Stephen are sitting off, so how about Joe and Connie?
Sounds good.
All right, so Paul, let's see, tell us what you want to do there over at 25 Willard.
Good evening. Willard Street, we are pretty flat site, simple landscape installation. House is being moved slightly. We're abutting wetlands, no grade changes really whatsoever. Decent sized patio, excuse me. Some boardwalks at grade. As you can see, there's an outdoor kitchen and 2 driveways, which are existing. One is being moved slightly to the north, and the smaller one is being reduced from what is existing. We have a fence around the back of the proposed garage, type 2 picket natural weather. Privet hedges along the street. And as you can see, the plan schedule is still kind of in the works, but pretty basic. No evergreens, trying to stick to the neighborhood feel.
Excuse me. Okay, Paul, thank you. How about you, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the main dwelling on the lot that's had some changes to it is Salt Air. Originally thought to be from the 1930s. It was built by James Gibbs in 1881. Originally on Hulbert Avenue, it was moved to this location in 1830s. You all have actually 1938 to be exact. You all have approved a historic determination because this is a contributing structure. There's a draft Form B, which is going to have that historic information associated with it. The two driveways are existing, and the garage apartment was just approved, and those driveway locations were approved by the planning board just recently. Regarding the apron, Belgian block apron, I believe is too formal for this colonial revival. Asphalt apron would be more appropriate with a shell parking lot or driveway. Though there's lots of decking that's being proposed, understanding that it's proximity to the beach, but it's a little odd to have this kind of almost semi-public private access between the two driveways. Kind of gives it a very too formal and kind of a commercial look. I would recommend an asphalt apron to be more appropriate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Mickey, do you have anything on this one?
We do. Pretty much everything here that's proposed seems really very formal for the Brand Point area, especially Willard Street, even one of the more formal sides of the area. The big patio terrace, the formal granite patio, the long linear boardwalks in the outdoor kitchen all this will be very visible. I would suggest moving all of this program to the back of the house where it will be much less visible and keeping it more informal. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. All right, board members.
I'll go.
Hang
Can I
on
go?
1 second. Yeah, you can, but just hold on 1 second, Diane.
Just to
Paul,
inform you
go.
that the wetland lines really run, sorry, it's not on here, but the wetland lines run right through the, you see those patios, they're right up against the wetland line. So beyond that, we cannot really do anything around the rear of the property.
Mhm.
I can show you the Concom was just approved, that's why it's not in the packet. Let's see, this is just a recent approval that Concom approved of this plan because of where the wetland restrictions are.
Oh, wow, you're within the 25-foot buffer.
I'll go.
Yeah, okay.
Regardless of that, it could be
I was gonna
reduced
go.
and made
yeah,
a lot
yeah.
less formal.
Right. Sorry, Diane.
Is there a cover over the patio area, like no? Yeah, I agree. It just can be downplayed a little bit.
Okay.
You're at the beach.
Val, thank you. Diane, sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh, I reviewed this under consent. And if you look at it and think where it is on Willard Street, all those walkways or whatever they are, because he does not say what they are on the plan, are much too formal for this Willard Street place. It's like, I don't know, you could move it into the middle of town, and there's no reason to have square long walking paths on their property. It should be totally redone and taken all those walkways out, put them in the back, make them follow the land, and have it fill in. They've taken all the life out of a Willard Street, an old historic Willard Street building, and turned it into a 2023 building, and it shouldn't be. It is a charming old building and should be respected as such. And the landscaping should follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Joe, you ready?
Sure. I think when I think about boardwalks, I think about informality, and they do seem to be arranged in a somewhat formal arrangement. The one along Willard Street in particular, when I first looked at this, I was questioning whether or not it's the rendering or not. So I guess this is a question for the applicant. Are there plantings that are being proposed around that secondary parking space and between the boardwalk and what presumably is some sort of privet? And I think you need to soften the whole thing up, I guess is where I'm going. I think there's a lot that's visible from the road, and particularly the kitchen. I think you should consider adjoining that with the dining patio and tucking it back from the street. Those are my comments.
Joe, thank you. Connie?
I don't have anything else to add. I think I'd like to see some revisions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Paul, what you want to do is work on the formality, a reduction of the formality. And I think it would be helpful to all the board members if you could show the 25 and the 50 on here.
Well, oh, yeah.
To see what's up for grabs.
Yeah, and I also have a request.
Oh, yeah.
Can we have an example of like the kitchen?
Yes.
And
Oh,
I
yeah.
know we see some stone proposed for the patio, but maybe
Photos.
in the fire pit, you know?
Fire pit.
Oh, what is it? It looks like
it's a
two couches with
sacrificial
a,
altar.
Table, my
Oh.
apologies.
I thought it was a fire pit.
Again, the only reason I proposed boardwalks, obviously, is just that this ground is just so.
He has to have a microphone.
Pardon me. The reason we went with boardwalks is just the ground is so wet here. I mean, it's right in the marsh. It's.
Oh, come on.
So I don't think we're objecting to boardwalks per se. I think Joe said it pretty well. You know, boardwalks can be an informal element or they can be formal. And I think that right now they're sort of being rendered in a pretty formal way. So Paul, we're just going to have you look at this and think about what we just said. Can somebody give me a motion?
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good, Diane. Thanks. On that motion, Joe.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
I think even just
Paul,
getting
thank
rid
you.
of the one along the street.
Sure.
Yeah, put
And
some stones there
Is
or
Lisa
something.
up there
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
in the queue? Okay, so Stephen, can you chair this next one? Us.
Next up, we have 43 North Liberty Street. Lisa Botticelli.
Hi, everybody. Can you
Hey,
hear me?
Lisa. You know the drill. Once you see something up on the screen,
I will.
please go ahead and feel
Um,
free to start.
this is an application that had been heard and approved previously, but we are proposing a very small addition to be done on the west side of the building. So that's on the front that faces North Liberty, and just doing I think it's 6x8 little wart right in that corner, the south corner.
That's it, huh? Can we see the site plan?
It's 6x9, excuse me. I'm sorry, you have to sort of, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1930 contributing structure within the OHD. You all did approve a addition on the facade. This is obviously for a 52.5 square foot little addition on the front. And while this new addition is only so small, it's on the facade of the building, giving it an odd roof line as seen on the south elevation, which is a little atypical for this cape. Also, the elevation without a window is odd, and historically, most Ls would have a window in it, at least with Nantucket vernacular. So I would recommend to move the front wall, if at all possible, in line with the past facade addition, so that the gable end retains the same roof plane and eave, and maybe add a 6/6 window on that south. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Nikki, you have any concerns to add?
Yes, so it's similar to Holly's. I think it's kind of in an awkward spot. It's the roof pitches don't really even meet building with Nantucket in mind. It sort of erases the nice setback between one building mass to the next. And it just feels sort of awkward. If it could be maybe incorporated more into the main roof line, then maybe that would help. But just as proposed, it doesn't seem to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the image in the 2 slides down? And the next image? And the next. Okay, thank you. Let's see, it will be, where are we in the rotation? Well, it will be myself, Val, Diane. Carrie, when did you go last? Carrie. And Connie, why don't we go with Connie? Okay, who has a concern? And if so, what is it? Val?
So I understand some of the concern, but I feel looking at the photos provided, I know this is the driveway, but there seems to be a tree there that mitigates where this would be. And I don't know, I feel like Nantucket is quirky little add-ons here and there, so I don't have as much of a concern.
Okay.
Not that I oppose the suggestions they made, but
Okay, Val, thank you. Diane?
No, I agree with Val. It fits in, it's small, and that's no big problem.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Carrie?
Yeah, and we're talking about a 1-story building, so I'm happy it's just not becoming a 2-story building.
Connie?
I have no concerns, thank you.
Connie, were you making a motion?
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, guys. Have a happy holiday. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, you
Okay,
too.
bye.
Okay, hey, Matt, we're getting to you again. Swift Rock, okay, so, actually, this is this the one, right at the Dionys Beach Drive that you were in with earlier?
No,
No,
it's a couple further down.
okay, different from that, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It might be beneficial to switch the applications. There's 2 for this lot. One's the demo move, the other one's the new dwelling. I think that would
Yeah,
be.
I totally agree. So, let's see, we'll be back to the regular board, it seems, for now. And what we want to do is we want to review the garage demo move before we move to the new dwelling, which I think makes good sense. So why don't we start there?
Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
Yeah, please do.
So this is an existing garage. I don't believe it's of any historic significance. I think the original construction of the structures date like post 1980s, I think actually early 90s. We have advertised for the structure, and we do have somebody who does want to take it, and they seem very eager to take it. So while we are applying for a move/demo, I think our chances are pretty good of somebody taking it.
Okay. I think this is a Thorson building. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure of the vintage. There wasn't any historic information, but it's probably from the 80s or 90s if I have to opine on it. It would be nice to have little information on when it was built, because obviously if it was post 72, then it would obviously have a building permit. And I did want to make a comment about the style of it, that this style of garage of the gable with the flanking sheds of one-story additions is very Sconset-esque, which is, so it's a little odd to see, I think, something like this in this type of information. So, and I did want to notate that there's no property card information, is something that the commission has been asking for any of these demo moves, so in case somebody wants it, but I'm glad to hear that there's somebody interested in this. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And I did want to let you know, we do have a hand raised in the queue.
Okay. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this is a Gwyn Thorson garage because it's a Gwyn Thorson house and he used to do these garage doors with the little sort of clipped corner.
It looks nice.
So, yeah, no, I agree, but that would mean that it's relatively recent vintage. It's probably 80s. Yeah, 80s.
In the interest of the clock, can I?
Yes. Actually, there's a hand raised.
Oh.
I'm just sorry. Whoever has their hand raised, could they announce themselves, please?
Hi, this is Lisa Berger, but I'm more interested in talking about the house, so I'll wait.
Okay, well, hold that thought, okay? Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve through staff to include property record card information, dimensionality, and ridge heights.
Sounds good. Everybody got that? So, on Stephen's motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Okay, Val. Aye. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Now we can cut to the main house. The new house.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes,
start.
you have my permission.
Okay,
Matthew.
so if we could maybe start with the site plan sheet G 1.1. So if you see the site plan, there's an existing structure on the property, which we are proposing to keep in its location and make some renovations to it, albeit fairly minor, so that the details, the exterior rakes, trim details correlate with the proposed new main dwelling. So the structure, the new main dwelling is located 350 feet from the road, and we do have photographs of the curb cut and to demonstrate how far the structure is set back from the road. So with that, we could go to the elevations, which would be sheet A 2.1. So the facade of the house is at the top of the page. That's the west elevation. And the house actually telescopes back as kind of a rear L, if you will. So again, if you were on the property and drove the 350 feet into the property, this is the elevation that you would see primarily. And again, the remaining portion of the program telescopes towards the back of the property, making it even less visible. The existing structure that's on the property, we actually have studied the relationship between the two and placed them perpendicular to each other, so that so that when the project is complete, that they feel as if they've were intentionally designed as one whole. As far as the massing and the detailing is concerned, we've got cottage corners. We are showing 2/2 windows, and this is something that's just developed in the last 48 hours. Because the existing cottage has 6/6s, we were going to propose to change these windows to 6/1s and then change the bottom sash of the guest cottage to 6/1. We originally, I just think works better with the architecture and the design and the detailing. With that, again, cottage corners, we tried to keep the roof pitches so that they reference the existing cottage. I tend to like a little bit of a steeper pitch, but this is matching the existing. So again, a lot of effort has gone into the two structures being referential to each other. As we go around the elevations, the north elevation, again, this is kind of the side elevation, which is kind of behind the facade. The house works its way back. We did try to step the elevations and the massing down so that the terminus of that rear L is a single-story mass. Switching over to sheet A 2.2, south elevation, again, that's interior, if you will. There is a proposed garage, which is not before you tonight. But again, that I think will obstruct any of that visibility. Again, I think this whole rear section is really just not going to be visible from any part of the Again, we also have some secondary additive massing that's demonstrated on the south elevation. It's a one-story series of masses. On the front elevation, you'll see we avoided, with the exception of the front single gable, all of the front elevation is mostly eave forward, and we did that so that it had a little bit of a quiet language to it. There are some beautiful views to the west for sunset, and there's some water views to the north. And so we do have some decks, but we did put them off the side. The larger decks, I would say, are to the north side. I don't know. We put a lot of effort into the design, and so look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Oh, do you have anything to say on this? Oh, right. So, abutter, can you identify yourself and unmute?
Yes, am I unmuted now still? Yep. So my name is Lisa Berger. My sister Sharon Alexander and I own the house at 27 Eel Point Road, which directly abuts this property. My family has owned our house for 30 years. My understanding is that one of the roles of the HDC is to require new construction to be consistent with other houses in the area in regards to scale, massing, and proportion of neighboring buildings. When North Swift Rock Road Association, which was built in the late 1980s, was built, it consisted of 6 properties on the right-hand side of North Swift Road, which included number 1, North Swift Rock Road, my house, and 4 others. The developer created a protective covenant that specifically stated that the 6 lots were to be comprised of a single-family house with no more than one single-family dwelling, and that all of the single-family dwellings, appurtenant outbuildings, were to be constructed within a specific building envelope. This proposal that is presented to you now is for 1 North Swift Rock Road. If approved, will have a second single-family dwelling of 4,499 square feet.
Ma'am?
Yes.
So with all due respect, we don't really involve ourselves with covenants, subdivision covenants, that sort of thing. What our charge is, what this board is responsible for, is the exterior features of a building as seen from a publicly traveled way. And so if there are restrictions as to the number of dwellings on the property, size of dwelling, where they can go, anything like that, that's the responsibility of the applicant to take care of in a different format. So if you have any comments on the architecture, that would be fine. But we can't really speak to whatever subdivision covenants may or may not be in place for
I guess
this.
what I was trying to give you is some historical background on the street.
Okay.
And to give you some perspective, this would be the first house and the only house to have 2 single-family dwellings on it. And to give you a little more perspective, my house, which directly will look at this house, is 1,500 square feet. To get specifically to the application, here are some of my concerns. In the application, the photo of Eel Point Road towards North Swift is not what you'll see from Eel Point Road. That is a picture of my house. You would need to look a little further up Eel Point to actually see that house, the structure that you'll see. And what you'll see is where that pool is, you'll see that house from Eel Point Road. So for him to say that you're not going to see it is not true. In addition, there is a 38-foot easement called Thresher's Way, which the developer granted to each of the homeowners and their heirs, which runs along the side of that property from Eel Point Road to Tristan. So I think you guys should also consider that view because it's an abutter's way. In addition, I'm concerned about the south elevation. There's 6 different ridge lines that they have on the left-hand side of that building and all of the doors along that side. I'm also concerned about the height of this house, which is 28.1 feet without the widow's walk. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair.
now I'm going to hand it over to the board. Oh,
I have
Holly?
another hand.
Another hand. Okay.
John.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is John Moy. My wife and I own 25 Eel Point Road, which is another one of the abutters.
Okay.
I agree with everything that Lisa just said, but I've been listening to your meeting for a couple days now, waiting to get to this thing. And I've heard you at times object to the size of a particular building not being appropriate for the neighborhood it's in. And that's what I'd like to object to on this. I mean, they're building a second dwelling on a lot that's over twice as big as the existing dwelling, and certainly way bigger than any of the other dwellings in the 7 lots that used to consist of this subdivision. And to me, that doesn't seem right. But that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else before we get to the board? Okay, it will go to the board now. Regular
I'll go.
regular board, right? We doing regular board?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Val.
I'm going to ask that we have the opportunity to view the area because I do share some of the concern. The house that's existing, which we don't have a picture of, but I have a picture of, is tall. It's large. It's a regular main house. And this, although listed as 28 on the application, on the drawing says 29.1. So there's a little disparity there. It just seems like 2 buildings of, I know we used to have the 22-foot height and we've sort of gotten away from that. And there is some leeway there depending on the size of the lot and all that. But I feel like I'd like to see where that house is and try to visualize in my mind, perhaps have a poll or 2. So we get some idea, and then the context of the area before diving into anything else. And for the neighbors, I'd just say, a lot of those developments, if there wasn't an active homeowners association that kept them up to date, restrictions run out after 25 years, and that's unfortunate. Bertie.
The sunset. Well, I'm kind of with you, but other board members want to comment on this? Sounds like we have.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things.
Yeah.
So Matt, you said that you were trying to make it look like the house that's already there, but this one has corner boards and 6/6 windows.
Yeah.
And you're proposing 2/2s and cottage corners. It's
So
just-
our plan is to change the trim detail of the existing structure to match this. And then there was some debate about whether or not to go 2/2s or 6/6s. And initially, we're going to change the windows in the cottage to be 2/2s, but we're actually happy with 6/1. So in either case, the window style will be consistent between the 2 structures, as will cottage corners, exterior trim details, rake details, etc.
All right.
But it is an existing structure, and instead of demolishing it, we want to retain it, even though it's from the 80s.
Can we go to the site plan,
I-
please? I'm sorry, Abby, I thought you were done.
No, I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of a view.
Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, can we zoom in on the proposed? So Matt, would you, I think a view is, I agree, a view is in order. I think we need a staking plan.
Yeah.
And it's a complicated structure. There's a lot of roof lines. It'd be helpful to have the tallest ridges staked and flagged, and like get us, you know, a roof plan that reflects what's been staked. And then we can coordinate a view with the next time it's heard.
Sure.
Val, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Is there some, when I looked on the GIS and did the contours, there seems to be some contour too?
There's a little contour
This
around
is the highest part of the lot?
I don't know if it's the highest, but actually to the north, along that north property line, it does drop off, but it drops off kind of quickly and it goes down about maybe like 2.5 feet. But generally the lot feels pretty flat. We do have a survey, but it doesn't, there's nothing about it that would indicate like significant topography changes.
It'd be nice just to show it on the site plan.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll see if we can
Existing
get that.
topo.
So a motion for a view subject to distribution of a staking plan and additional information being topographic site plan.
Okay. Diane? Hey, Diane? You there? Oh, Diane, you're muted.
I'm here.
Are you okay with that as a motion?
Yes, I am. I think
Okay,
it's a question piece we've done over the years. Quite a lot of work on this particular lot. So there should be a lot of background.
okay. So you're in favor of Stephen's motion?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Abby? Abby's in. Val?
I'm in.
Val's in. Stephen, are you in?
Aye.
And I'm in too. So that motion carries. Thank you.
very much.
Thank you. And this time, have a nice holiday, Matthew.
Take care, Matt. Yeah,
This one.
which one are we on?
It's
85 Low Beach.
85 Low Beach.
Great. Do we have owners rep? Hey, Rich.
Not yours.
All right, so once we
Fun.
see a site plan,
Oh,
I'm gonna leave after this. Because, oh my God, I know, I wish I could make it. I'm just so tired.
can you actually, you go to the site plan, please? Rich, sorry, I don't mean to be yelling, but my mic, the feature that you're proposing is where on this?
So I'm Rich Gammons with Crossroad Builders for the applicant. And in your original review of the main house, this glass connector was in question for visibility. So we're coming back as per some suggestions during that review that when we're framed up to come back to have a look at it. So it's glass connectors on the back L portion of the main house. And I think there's some other drawings in the packet that show it more easily.
Great, so can we go to the elevations? And that's the rear of the house?
So that's the east side of the house that you're looking at
You
there.
didn't give us the front.
Is that the rear?
Nope,
No?
nope. So there's one, if you scroll through, there's a site plan that's more close up that shows you the area. I highlighted it.
No, it's none of this stuff.
I think it's near the,
Yeah, none of these, Esme.
We only have the side elevation.
Can we go to the floor plan, the next one up? Yeah, Okay.
There we go, there we
Let's
go.
use this.
There's
This
the-
is,
yeah, there-
this other imagery is not helpful to like getting to the nut of this. I'm trying to orient us so we don't waste time having discussion about similar points that we're all wondering.
Sure.
Which portion of this drawing faces the street?
The bottom, the bottom portion.
Okay, and you've shown us, you provided elevations of the east and the west?
Yes.
And do you have an image of the structure from the street showing the front?
Yes.
And which one is that?
So there's from the driveway, there's from Eel Point Road.
Okay, good, right there. Can you guys take a look at that, and then we'll go back to the
Yes, I
front?
went out there.
Okay,
I'm well aware.
so we're all aware where it is and what it is. Okay, thank you. Why don't we just move right on then to questions? It will be, let me establish the board. I'm getting lax at 8:05. It's going to be myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and where are we in the rotation? I think Joe's up. Okay, and now that we've got your board established, who'd like to speak?
Mr. Chair, can I just
Holly?
add? Thank you. Just, I want to mention that, one, this is obviously outside the OHD of Sconset. Glass connectors are contrary to building with Nantucket in mind, and obviously, you all did mention that they could come back, and that's why he's before you today. But I also did want to mention that if it's visible from the rear of the lot, which obviously is not from the public way, it should be noted that the rear lot is actually perpetual open space owned by the Sconset Trust. It is private, however, it is accessible by the public. So I just wanted to mention that for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have access to Google to see if there's actually a path back there that exists? Okay, great. Who would like to begin?
Well,
Val?
it threw me for a loop when I went out there because there's this big wide open space between these two gables. And I guess, I don't recall this, those are just doors on both sides of that. So that's sort of like a glass connector. So my personal concern with this is not what I can see during the day looking down the driveway or behind the building. It's at night with 2 floors of glass glowing in the dark with the wide open expanse all the way around it. You can go to the Coast Guard area and see it, the Sconset Trust area. It's a bad precedent, I think, for us to set. We had something similar in Quidnet, and I just think it's inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Diane? That's not our purview.
Here I am. I am with Val. I think that she is right. I think that this particular property, we've been going over and over one way or the other on both sides. And glass is not what should be down there on this strip of land. So.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie? Yeah, oh, no, I'm sorry. Joe, I'm looking at my wrong list. Joe?
Yeah, I'd like to go out and take a look at it. I mean, it looks like it's far back from the road. I'm a little confused by the photo that's up on the screen with the 2 gables that I'm seeing, and I don't see any elevations that show gables forward. So I would like to go out and take a view, but generally speaking, 2 2-story walls of glass would have to not be visible from anywhere.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Abby?
Nothing to add.
Okay. I'd like to add that I think a view is appropriate. I would like you to turn on some lights, and I'm happy to go out there at night because I never get a chance to go on a nighttime date. So
Not that far along.
they can turn on some lights at the back of the house. I want to see what's going on at night when I go out there. I think it's a legitimate concern that Val has mentioned, and I want to have some lights on. So coordinate with staff, please. Subject to a full set of the approved drawings in a packet with the elevations showing what is proposed, nix any of the other imagery. I just want to see that. It should, the full set of what was approved should include the site plan, and then again, a supplemental sheet showing the elevations of what's proposed. And then if you let us know when, maybe one night that you'll have some halogen or floodlights on at the back of the structure through staff, that would be appropriate. Does anyone have concerns with that? Okay, can that be a motion?
I'll make that motion.
On your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Let's see, Diane?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thanks, Rich.
Great, thanks. Happy holidays.
Hey, you too.
I'm heading out to, the rest is old business and I'm not anywhere on it.
Have a Merry
Okay.
Christmas.
Hey,
everybody.
yeah, thanks a
Bye.
lot. Night, night.
Time to do
I
some
hope
Christmas
Santa
shopping.
comes.
If you're traveling, travel safe.
So,
He never comes
is
to my
Linda
house.
still here? someplace?
Mr. Chairman, Linda requested to hold 126 Main Street and 47 Milk till next
Got the
meeting.
47 milk, so.
Are there abutters? Yeah, I think we're in
Oh, yeah.
penalty territory here.
Mhm. Yep.
Not that I relish the thought of having to have that delivered.
Okay,
to it.
so for those three people that have their hands raised, I'm going to guess why your hands are raised, but one by one, if you could just, for the record, unmute and give us your name and what you would like to say.
Well, I'll go first. I'm
All right,
Sarah
thanks,
Alford,
Sarah.
and I've been lurking here since 4 o'clock, and you're not going to get to what I came here for. So I just wanted to wish you all a very happy holiday before I skulk off into the ether.
Well, Sarah, thank you so much for that. But I mean, to that, are you here for 126R?
I sort of, but I don't really have anything to say today. I'll save my powder for another day.
Well, no, but see, the reason I ask is because if there are people that want to voice concerns and they've been waiting all day, we have a policy whereby, if people make abutters wait all night long and then decide not to present, that's not really fair.
Repeatedly.
Yes,
Yes.
repeatedly.
Well,
So,
Yes, I would have made comments, but I'm
Okay.
perfectly
course.
happy to come back and lurk another day.
okay, well, thanks for your holiday wishes, and I wish you the same.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Bye, thanks. Okay, so that was Sarah. Who else? Yeah, two other people, I think. Kevin.
Neighbor, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, Kevin, yeah.
128, just here for this entry.
I think we got it. You've been waiting to hear
Yep.
126R, correct?
Yep.
She's been waiting this century. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Can I just kind of cut to the chase here?
Yeah,
It's
please.
not prejudicial against anyone, but we have a policy in place and that we will just take action consistent with the best practices. If this is, we may be confusing 126 garage with other 126 applications that have been before us, because there certainly has been a lot of activity there.
Correct.
But if this is an offense as opposed to just, it doesn't count yet as an offense because it hasn't happened frequently enough, then there will be some type of a consequence that are outlined in the best practices. And we'll just determine whether it's the case that it is an offense, and if it is an offense, that it'll follow the consequence.
There you go.
Okay,
Okay, sorry if you folks
very
had to
confused
wait.
by that.
Sorry?
Is this not a strike? I'm so confused by that.
You're confused by that?
Yes, this is a strike, right? The
This
applicant
is
is
a,
not here
this,
and the
well,
butters.
no, okay, to be clear, because there have been so many applications on both of these properties, and we all know they're subdivided, we have to check in and see where they are on the, with respect to our policy. But it certainly sounds like it may be. Okay?
Okay, will we discuss that in the next meeting? So we can follow up on this and know what happened?
Well, I have to wait and see where this falls on the next meeting's agenda.
Yeah, I would
or
just,
if it does.
if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
is just check in with staff.
Yeah.
You know, today's Tuesday, I'd say by, Friday, to see
Right.
what the resolution was. We have to determine, one, if an offense existed, or in other words, a strike, and two, if it did, then what the consequence is, because it'll depend on if it's happened, numerous times before or not.
Correct.
And if it has, then there's going to be a consequence.
Okay.
Just simple.
All right. So now, 47 Milk Street is also not being heard, which brings us to 1 Caroline Way. Do we have somebody to rep that? Yeah. Okay, Stephanie, if you have something additional to say on that that's different from what's already been said, we can hear you. Otherwise, we'd like to move on and try and get another application going.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to note that if it would be helpful, we have a lengthy list of the times that this application has been delayed, or, the abutters have been waiting and not had the case heard because the applicant's representative has not shown up. The most recent one was Halloween. I'm sure it's not ideal for a lot of people to be in an HEC meeting on Halloween, but we were all there, and it was not heard then. And that was sort of just given a pass because of the holiday. But that was just the most recent of a litany of times.
We will research it for you. Thank you. Okay, now, do we have anybody to rep 1 Caroline Way? Who? Oh, Paolo.
Well, I
Okay.
guess I'm chairing that one.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm
you
just
are
looking at
chairing,
my
that's
little
right.
notes here.
Yeah.
And you got the next one. Paulo, when you see your site plan,
Good evening, everyone. We're back with this proposal. We revised the balcony and porch on the west side of this house is actually currently under construction. I think last time we came, everybody kind of thought the balcony up above was too heavy, wasn't in keeping with the architecture of the house. So we've significantly reduced that from what we had previously submitted. I know there was also comments about the formula of calculating balconies on the second floor. I do have a number of examples. I think this neighborhood is probably unique in that there's a lot of large scale balconies throughout the neighborhood. I have half a dozen images of ones that are recently constructed, and there's a lot other examples of large balconies in this neighborhood. Having said that, this east elevation, we've completely eliminated the balcony that kind of projected out over that wraparound porch and maintained the existing wraparound porch from the previously approved design, although we straightened it out instead of having that angle that followed Caroline Way. As we go around to the south, I believe is next. Sorry, this is the north side. This view is similar. I think there was a question of the stair, that not seeing the stair in this view. The stair is actually leading up to this balcony is hidden behind that kind of cedar board wall that's recessed within that balcony that you can see below in that bubbled area. So you actually wouldn't see the treads going up And then if we go to the next view. So this is the main elevation. You can see the previously approved on the bottom left, which was that really kind of small balcony, the wraparound porch below, which was in that angle. The previously submitted, we had that really large balcony that went over across above the wraparound area. So we significantly reduced that down, kept the wraparound area, that low slung roof, and greatly reduced the size of the balcony on that second floor porch.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, One Caroline Way. Your board is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Joe. And are there any questions on the application? Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Val?
Thank you for the reduction. It's huge. Thank you so much. I think my only comment is the west with the 2 double posts from the second floor down to the first floor. It's just an extra element I don't think we need. If those areas in the second floor became shingled like the rest of the deck around, and you eliminate one of those posts. Oh, no, you had double posts the whole time. Just on the second floor. I think it just makes it less complicated.
Val, can
Thank
I get
you.
a clarification?
Yeah.
You're saying, as you said, double post, turn those into shingle columns?
On the second floor
On the second floor.
deck, they
Yep.
follow the posts on the first floor. I think it's just unnecessarily complicated.
Got all that. What do you want them to do with them? Turn them into shingle?
Shingle those 2 areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to clarify. Abby?
I agree with that.
Okay. Diane?
Me too.
Joe?
I would echo.
Echo, Val, what's your motion?
Motion to approve with the double posts on the second floor of the west becoming shingled so they look more like the rest of the deck around all the other sides.
As an exhibit A?
Do an exhibit A.
Okay, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Happy
So-
holidays, everyone.
You too. Take care.
Lindsay's in the queue.
Sorry,
Lindsay's in the queue.
Lindsay.
I'm gonna.
Okay,
have
well,
you-
no, I think that's a little unfair. So Rick's been sitting here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do Rick and then that's it, all right? If you all don't mind. And so let's see, yeah, that's one of those nights. Okay, so
No.
Rick, the board is myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val, okay? So why don't we go ahead? This is the Rotary, this is, or currently Lolaberg, I forget. Was, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick Bodett for the applicant.
Okay.
I really appreciate you guys hearing me tonight. We submitted a revised set of plans to try to address the board's concerns from the last hearing. And I believe we addressed all of your comments, but we're eager to hear your further comments. The changes that we submitted are as follows. We did enclose the bottom of the stairs. If you can go to the, I guess it would be it's the south elevation. There, we did enclose the bottom of the stairs and shingled it as suggested.
Come on, how did you do that?
Hey, Diane, hold on a sec. Could you mute Diane just for a second? Thank you. Okay.
We also increased the pitch of the stairs, which I think was suggested by Mr. Cole. On the Orange Street side, we extended the existing board fence that exists there to completely surround the air handler that'll be placed on the rear patio.
Okay.
And that's, you can see, is enclosed around the entire patio so that it's not visible from any public way. We also, from the air handler, we eliminated obviously that the ductwork that was placed on the Orange Street side. That goes underneath, from the air handler, underneath the deck, and then up the side wall on the Orange Street side. And that's to be boxed in and shingled as well.
There was old business.
Um,
Married?
And then,
Can
and
I
then
have the mouse?
finally, we did fence in the ductwork, or excuse me, the vent work on the roof of the structure as well.
Okay, Rick, thank you.
Thank you.
That was it, right?
That's everything, yeah.
Well, we
I
may
think
have some
that
questions
was
for you.
the
Okay.
bulk of the concerns.
Great, okay. Thanks, Rick. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So circa 1977 Rotary Restaurant, obviously non-contributing, but the shingling in the stairs is more appropriate as was recommended, and well, I wanted to point out is consistent with the building a couple doors down at 5 Sparks Avenue that also has shingled in exterior set of stairs, so obviously not non-typical in the area. I wasn't sure about the board fence on top of the building to hide the HVAC. Was hard to kind of discern on the plans, but the boards, in my recommendation would be that they're natural to weather and at the minimum height as needed and not be so, atypical, if you will. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have something from Mickey on this? No, okay. All right, board members, let's go.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I appreciate the changes. I think they substantially address our concerns. It looks like a 1970 Nantucket restaurant, and I have no concerns.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I just have a question.
Yep.
So the only thing that I find egregious here is all that fencing on top of the broke back there, because I think it kind of ruins that profile. And I was wondering, is that where the big vent is that you show above? I'm not sure if I wouldn't rather see that vent instead of all that boxing, because I think it sort of takes away from the old profile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go.
Val?
I appreciate the changes. I think shingling in the steps was great. And I agree, if it's just hiding that vent that's been there forever, that's fine. Our problem was it was like big duct work going around the
Right,
back, and that's gone. So I think this is good, and I'd leave that off.
Is it accurate? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to take that off. It is existing. It's been there for.
Okay, so the only reason for you doing it is to screen something that's already there.
Exactly. That was the only reason, because we heard the comments about, the Stars
Okay.
Ice Cream down.
All right, so
that's what
far
we
you
did
have 2
downtown.
people that would rather just leave it the way it is.
Count 3 if it's
Yeah.
going to maintain the existing versus have something in there that was taller.
Okay, and Diane, what are your thoughts on this? You're muted, Diane. Oh, shit. I wasn't on this. Sorry, Stephen, I stole
Shit
it.
is
There I
something
am.
happened
I
internally.
would leave
It's an
I would
acronym.
leave the way it was. I don't think you can hide it all. It's been there for a long time. It's been owned by various different people, and it puts out its product. And I don't think it's necessary to hide something that's part of a building or a business that's there. It makes
make
it
a
much
motion.
more complicated and more noticeable. So I would just go with what's there without putting all the things in. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to approve minus the fencing around the exhaust on the roof.
There it is. Okay, and that's it through staff.
Yes.
So Abby has made a motion to approve everything that's requested on the most recent drawings with the exception of the fencing around the existing exhaust pipe.
I have a
which will
question
come off.
before we pass it. Do
What?
we need to do an Exhibit A for that?
It would just be simpler, I
Yeah,
think.
so just say for
Okay.
Exhibit A.
Oh.
Per Exhibit A.
For Exhibit A.
There we go. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
can I just move us along the minutes?
Yeah, please.
Thanks so
make
much,
'em-
everyone. Have a great.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank
Rick,
you.
take care. Have a good holiday.
Yeah, thanks.
Motion to approve the minutes of, well, first of all, I'll say that we are not currently reviewing the minutes of December 12th. So we are officially caught up with minutes, which is
Ooh, baby.
huge.
Hmm.
Motion to approve the minutes of October 24th, 31st, and November 21st.
Okay, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Abby, aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Stephen.
Abstain.
Abstain, and I'm in favor. That's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, John, where are you?
Motion to adjourn. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Same to you.
Same to you.
All those in favor of John's motion, say aye.
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 Opposed.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry
Same to you.
Bye.
Good night, Connie. Good night, Joe.